はは、ひ、ひ、は、は、は、は、は、は。スピーカーここ出てる？スピーカーこれ出てなくね、会場の。はははは、ワン、ツー。っていうか、むしろ羽打ってない？いや、だから羽打ってない？は、は。一旦今日これで乗り切るしかないか。 check, check. Okay. Oh, sorry. Check, check. Wait, only on the. Check. Is it good? Only. Sorry, the speakers. Oh, check, check. So I think I think the microphone got some problem. I check. It's not. Check. It's okay. Okay. Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the first day of GNOME.Asia Summit. And here we got our keynote speaker, Mr. Taiki Ueno, which will talk about post-quantum cryptography, what it means to the desktop. And yeah, without further ado, please welcome Mr. Taiki Ueno.
Okay, thanks for the introduction. My name is Daiki Ueno. I'd like to thank GNOME.Asia committee for giving me an opportunity to do a keynote in the very first GNOME Summit, GNOME.Asia Summit in Japan. So I feel very honored. Okay, so before starting, let me briefly introduce myself. I'm Daiki. I work for Red Hat for almost 15 years. I started in Japan and then moved to Czechia, spent 6 years there, and recently I moved back to Japan. My main work my areas are security and cryptography. Um, yeah, I think this cartoon is famous, but I'm I'm not working here, but maybe around here. So yeah, so I'm maintaining some libraries, providing the cryptographic primitives. Okay, so my involvement in GNOME. So I have been somehow involved in this GNOME project for yeah 2013 or something. So I still maintain live secret, GNOME keyring, and other components. And I'm the original author of characters application. Not sure if you know it. And I also served as a mentor of the GNOME Google Summer Code 2021. Um, I'm very happy that the person I mentored, that is Danuka, is still active in the GNOME community. So I was a GNOME Foundation member for 10 years. Now I'm emeritus, and I attended GUADEC for 4 times, and this is my third time attendance in GNOME Asia. So This photo is from GNOME.Asia 2016. I see a lot of famous, familiar faces. I think, yeah. I see Harris is here. He's in the different room, but yeah, we are all getting old, but he still looks same. Yeah. Okay, so here is today's agenda. Yeah, I don't think cryptography is not the cryptography is the most favorite topic in desktop, but I'm talking about it, and I'll explain how it relates to GNOME and where you can start contributing. So post-quantum cryptography. I wonder how many people actually heard about it. Could you raise your hand if you know it? Only one person. So yeah. So how about quantum computers? How many people heard about it? Still only one. But yeah. So quantum computer is uh, becoming famous, and it's still in the early stage. But with these two algorithms, it is said that it could break the existing traditional public key crypto system. So the point is that it only affects public key cryptography, and symmetric algorithms are not affected. Yeah. So we call this super quantum computer as CRQC, cryptographically relevant quantum computers. It's not available yet, but we predict that it will be available in next 10 years or so. So how the public key cryptography is used? Basically two areas. One is encryption and key encapsulation. So this is used for protecting the network traffic and data saved on the disk, and also network traffic. Yeah. Okay. And the other is digital signatures. So it is used for authentication of data and also users and servers. Also, it is used to check the data integrity and also non-repudiation. So if quantum computers are available, these will be at risk. So the famous attack is called harvest now, decrypt later. This the attacker just captures traffic on the network and store it in the encrypted form. And after some years later, the powerful quantum computer is available. The attacker can easily decrypt the data. Yeah. So this is kind of urgent issue, I think. On the other hand, for digital signatures, there are two variants of these attacks. So sign today, forge tomorrow, and trust now, forge later. So for now, attackers can't do anything, but yeah, this poses much severe impact to the existing system, because by forging the signature, the attacker can impose malicious system software or firmware update. So then they can mount any kind of attacks. So how soon do we need to worry? So there is a famous presentation back in 2015 from Michele Mosca. He presented this formula, X, Y, and Z. So basically, where X is how long you need encryption is secure. Maybe it's forever, but and Y is how much time it will take to prepare the infrastructure. So it may take longer than actually the quantum computers are available. And that is how long it will take for powerful quantum computer to be built. So if this x plus y is larger than z, then you are at risk. And it is called uh, this point is called Q day, like X day. So currently it's predicted around the early 2030s, and multiple countries published guidelines. Like the United States have a CNSA 2.0, and it mandates the migration for some use cases by 2030 and complete migration by 2033. And the United Kingdom also plans to also have similar migration guidelines. You should start complete the plan by 2028 and migrate high priority use cases like healthcare, finance by 2031, and complete the all migration by 2035. And finally, European Commission also has a similar timeline, like high priority use cases by 2031 and complete the migration by 2036. So before migration, we need a quantum resistant cryptographic algorithms. So back in 2016, NIST, the US Institute, initiated post-quantum cryptography standardization process. It took 6 years, and 2022, they approved 4 algorithms as the winners and 4 algorithms as the backup candidates. And for algorithm diversity, they also called the additional digital signature proposals. It's still ongoing. It's called OnRamp. And then last year, they published the 3 standards describing these post-quantum algorithms. And this year, they decided that one of the 4 algorithms previously marked as backup, that is HQC, as the encryption algorithms. Okay, so now we have these 5 algorithms to be used. Yeah, I'm not getting into the algorithm details, but PQC algorithms are categorized in four categories, 4 classes. The most popular one is Lattice. It has one encryption scheme and 2 digital signature schemes. And second one is hash-based. That is only digital signature, but SLH DSA is the standardized one. And there are code-based encryption schemes. There are 3, but HQC was chosen as a finalist. And actually, previously there was another winner. It's using the isogenies problem. It's called Psych, but it's turned out this is broken. So they excluded it. So now that standards are there, we need to implement these algorithms. We have multiple cryptographic libraries on the system. I name a few, but yeah, there are more, but maybe OpenSSL is the most popular ones. And the other cryptographic libraries are also used. So OpenSSL is a general purpose library supporting crypto, TLS, DTLS, X509, and CMS. And the license is Apache 2.0. And this is probably the most popular, maybe you know. And Unity.ls also supports crypto, TLS, DTLS, X509. CMS is not supported. And this uses another crypto library called Netter as a backend. The license is LGPL2 or later, because for example, the Linux kernel and some other project stays at the GPL2, and Apache 2.0 is not compatible with it. So this is a good choice for these applications. And basically consumers are desktop and virtualization stack. And finally, NSS, Network Security Services. This is also a versatile library. It's developed by Modular, and its license is MPL2. Main consumers are Firefox and probably LibreSwan and other. So previously, we tried to integrate these PQC algorithms in these three libraries. So in the left side, PQ crystals is a reference implementation. And there is a LibOQS, it's a downstream of the distribution. So all three OpenSSL, GNOME.TLS, and NSS use directly or indirectly this PQ crystals implementation. Yeah, but LibOQS has some limitations. It is not meant for production use, and it lacks hardening support like Intel CET and ARM PAC-BTI. And the code is tightly coupled with OpenSSL facilities. So we tried to switch to another. So this is the current situation. And OpenSSL switches the implementation to the one derived from Boring SSL. The implementation is in C, so they had to port it to C++, so they had to port it to C, plain C. And for Unity.ls, we switched to another downstream called Re-encrypt and linked it. And finally, NSS, they switched to libclocks. It is written in formally verified language and generate the C code from it. So now Unity.ls is the only one using the original reference implementation. But here is the limitation of Re-encrypt, that it is a mixed license. Some are not for software, and sometimes not compatible with LGPL2. So we aim to create a native implementation. So it's ongoing. There are 2 merge requests, actually both from me, and hopefully they will be merged into the Netter and will be used in the maybe next year or so. Okay. Deployment. So there are a couple of challenges for deployment. So these first one is stability of these algorithms. PQC algorithms are quite new, so they are still under active crypto analysis. First 2 I linked are actual CVE. And last one is a paper still under review. So it is recommended to use hybrid schemes. Hybrid means the composite of the PQC algorithm and the traditional classic public key algorithms as a safety net. And the other challenge is cryptographic agility. So not all existing applications are flexible enough to change the algorithms easily. So for example, private keys are flashed on the hardware, so it cannot be easily replaced. So let's take a look at the hybrid and standalone schemes. So hybrid schemes are like this. It consists of one of the PQC algorithms and one of the classic algorithms. For example, MLChem 768 is the PQC one, and X25119 is the classic ones. So there's a signature counterpart, MLDSA 65 and ED25119. On the other hand, some algorithms are considered secure as a standalone usage. So SLH DSA is based on the stateless hash. So it should be safe, but it's very slow and creates a large signature. So yeah. So anyway, the complete description of these schemes and terminologies are described in this RFC. So let's take a look at the protocols and data formats. So TLS is probably the most popular usage of cryptography. So there are 3 drafts currently being standardized. They are almost there, I think. Yeah. And one is the key exchange. It's already supported by 3 libraries. And the other is signature. It's also supported by 2 libraries, and NSS support is in progress. And yeah, last one is it's under heavy debate. It is to use MLChem as a standalone scheme for TLS 1.3. And IPsec is a protocol used for VPN. There are 2 drafts currently being standardized. Yeah, they are also almost finalized. One is key exchange, and the other is signature authentication. It's similar to TLS. And for the migration, for the transitional time, it's you can use PPK, post-quantum pre-shared key, as a stopgap measure. It's already standardized as RFC 8784. And SSH, yeah, it's also similar. So 2 drafts are currently being standardized. Yeah, both key exchange. There is no signature authentication for now. And X59, so 2 RFCs are published. They define the MLDSA signature scheme as a standalone. It can be used in certificates and keys and so on. And the 2 still under standardization process. Yeah. One is to define the composite scheme for MLDSA and other traditional scheme. Yeah. The other is about the SLH DSA. Okay, so OpenPGP is a bit tricky. Yeah. So currently the draft is almost finalized at the IETF level, but the GNOME.Pg developer proposed the other competing draft. It's not compatible with the IETF version. So yeah, it only support encryption as well. Yeah. So currently, some distributions switching to other implementation like Sequoia PGP, yeah, which supports IETF version of the OpenPGP standard. So the status of the deployment. So actually, PQC algorithms are already in use. So someone took a scan over the 100, uh, yeah, 100,000 sites, and it seems 45% of the sites are actually providing American-based hybrid PQC key exchange. And OpenSSH 10.0 released in this April already switched the default key agreement to American-based one. So that's all about the PQC. Yeah, it's a bit complicated and maybe boring, but let's talk about how it relates to desktop and GNOME. So what does PQC means for desktop? Yeah, you might not think you are using cryptography, but you are using under the hood, like web browsing, obviously, through the web, or Firefox, Chromium. And also some applications are using the web access underneath, like maps, weather, and boxes. And also, if you use Flatpaks, the portals also communicates with the outside world through TLS. So they are transparently using the crypto. And also the software and firmware updates, Flatpak and firmware update T, yeah, they are also need to verify the signature. There are also niche use cases, like GNOME Builder provides commit access, Git push to the SSH-based Git repository through the libgit2. And as I mentioned previously, so Network Manager also supports VPN. It uses IPsec or OpenVPN or something else. And last one is a bit stupid, but there are some components encrypting the dbus traffic for obfuscation. So it's using the public key cryptography. So how does TLS typically work on GNOME desktop? So basically, it's mostly consolidated into the glib networking component, linked to glib. So for example, web is using WebKit GTK. It's linked to libsoup, and it calls glib function like gtls something. And then glib networking dynamically loads some cryptographic library like OpenSSL or GNTLS. So others are also same. Maps uses libshoemate. It also links to libsoup. And weather is using libgweather. It's also using libsoup. Also, there might be other use cases. So, and software and firmware updates. Flatpak provides two storage backends, OS3 and OCI. So both relies on the OpenPGP signature for now. And OS3 relies on the signing facility from the libOS3. And PQC signature support is not yet ready, but there is an open issue someone could work on. And for OCI, OpenPGP signature was previously not used, but currently being worked on. And firmware. So firmware update D uses the custom catalog format. It's just a concatenation of detached signatures in a JSON format. And it already supports MLDSA signatures in the form of PKSS7. Okay, so maybe you have an idea how crypto is used in desktop, but maybe it is hard to identify where it is used. So we created a tool to monitor cryptographic operations on the system. It's called crypto auditing. So it's very early, but I can show some demo. Um, but before that, yeah, there are some challenges. So I say monitor, but uh, monitoring the traffic is not sufficient for auditing use because modern protocols are designed with privacy in mind. So you can't just inspect the packets because the server's response is encrypted for privacy reasons. So we need some other means to inspect the usage. Yet privacy is important, so if you monitor, you shouldn't collect all the information of user activities. So, and if you monitor, you shouldn't uh, degrade the performance of the system. So let me show some demo. Yeah. So this system is using one system service that is called Crow Agent. It's already running. Okay, and Crow Monitor is a monitoring command. So it's started. Now I can maybe web. Oh, and oh, you can see already some monitoring results, but so if you access, maybe yeah, another entries are shown. So and another example is maps. This is my favorite application. It's also communicating with the external to retrieve the tiles. So sometimes it uh, uh, does make some TLS connection. But now, okay. So you can also check the log stored on the system afterwards. So you can use Crow query. So it says, it shows some trees. Like, yeah. So here TLS handshake is happening and certificate verification is happening, key exchange is happening. So it's kind of trees of spans of the event. Okay, and as you see, there is already MLChem somewhere. So it's used in practice many times. So yeah. So yeah. So it might help identify where the crypto is used. But yeah, I wish there was some GUI tool to uh, uh, display this information in a fancy manner. Yeah, I didn't have time, but so I created some script that is convert this output into HTML form. So it's right, and it creates a frame graph where creates this kind of statistics. So, for example, there is a handshake, client handshake, and there is a key exchange, two key exchange. One is ECDSA, ECDH, and the other is hybrid one. And you can check which algorithms are used, like this. Yeah. Yeah, I hope that someone could create a GNOME application to display this. But yeah. Okay. So let's go back to the presentation. So how it works? So it works through the eBPF technology. So we instrument all the crypto libraries on the system with some proof points. And the agent attaches the BPF program into the running program and retrieves the event through the trace and stores it in the log file in CBOR format. So the tools are actually just read these log file. Okay. So it's last section. Yeah. So where do I start? Sorry. Okay. So if you are a user or a system administrator, maybe the first thing you would do is to have an accurate inventory of your cryptographic usage, like where keys and certificates are stored and which algorithms are used in which component. Yeah. In that regard, these crypto auditing tools can help, I think. And also identify your high value assets, like credit card numbers or something. So, and prioritize the PKC migration plan. Yeah. And if you are a developer, so please check your applications have sufficient crypto agility, so that enables to switch to other algorithms easily. Do not hard code the specific crypto algorithms in your code base. And PQC is a fast moving area. So please do consider contributing to the ecosystem. So there are really plenty of works remaining. So I think it's a bit early, but thank you. This is all from my presentation. Any questions?
Just a quick question. The demo you showed, was that in Fedora? Which is it? So is that already in current Fedora 43 or?
So the question is that the crypto auditing tool is already available in Fedora. Well, it depends actually. So anything accepted in the upstream are already in Fedora, I think. But some are not accepted, like MLDSA implementation NSS. Yeah, it's still in progress, as I mentioned. So it's only available in some distributions, like CentOS. Or, yeah.
mentioned that some cases already the quantum is being used by default, or when do you think everything will be using quantum cryptography by default, or hard to predict? But
I can't predict, but yeah, we should gradually making it by default. Like, for example, we have some plan to switch IPsec into PQC by default in probably next year. And yeah, I think crypto libraries level, yeah, it's almost there.
Anyone else want to ask a question?
Thanks for your presentation. Uh, so PQC is just preparation for the quantum computing security, right?
Yes.
So is there any commercial product now is being used? I mean, using PQC?
I think yes. Not application, but for example, hardware security module. Uh, some companies provide support for PQC in their, yeah, smart cards or, yeah, security hardware security module hardware. Yeah, and I think there was some other products like CA, certificate authority, something. Yeah. Yeah.
Thank you.
No, no questions? Any? No other questions? Maybe we can go with yeah, my presentation. So thank you and enjoy the rest of the conference.
Thank you so much for Mr. Daiko Inu for the keynote speaker, keynote and discussion. That's an insightful presentation, and let's just continue for the.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Hello? Hello? Hear me?
Can you hear me?
Hi. Yes, I can hear you. Hello? Is that okay? Hello?
Hello.
Yeah.
According
Yes.
to our problem, so our side problem, so your voice sounds very clear, but yeah, you can start the presentation.
Hi. Can you hear me?
I can hear you.
Yeah, we can hear you.
Yes, can you see my slides? I'm
Can you
sharing.
repeat?
Share.
You can share the slide only.
Yeah, can you see the slides?
So you can share the slide only,
Okay,
but you also can share your screen.
okay. I'm sharing.
So any which way you feel okay, then use it.
Yeah, I'm sharing.
Hello,
Okay.
can you hear me? We can hear your voice clearly, and your presentation is fine.
Can you see the slides?
Yep, you can see the slide.
Okay, so may I begin?
Yes.
Okay, so I think you can start it. But if you can open your webcam also, it's much more. Everyone can see you.
Yeah. So okay. hello everyone. Sorry about the. Uh, I'm Wenju Wang. I'm representing the OpenKeylin open source operating system community from China. My presentation today is titled OpenKeylin meets GNOME on RISC-V, Progress and Challenges. I will discuss our work on porting the GNOME desktop environment to the RISC-V architecture within the OpenKeylin operating system. My report is divided into 4 parts. First, I will introduce the OpenKeylin open source community. And second, I will provide an overview of the OpenKeylin RISC-V version. And third, I will detail our work on porting the GNOME desktop to the OpenKeylin RISC-V platform. And finally, I will summarize our work. So first, let me introduce the OpenKeylin open source community. The OpenKeylin community was founded in June 2022 within the core mission of collaboratively.
Sorry, Doctor. Your slide is missing. We cannot see your slide.
Oh, missing. Sorry. Okay. Okay. So I will continue. The OpenKeylin community was founded in June 2022 with the core mission of collaboratively building an open source operating system community focused on intelligent desktops. This effort aims to drive the prosperous development of Linux open source technology and its software and hardware ecosystem. The community currently supports major architectures including x86, ARM, and RISC-V. To today, we have released 10 versions, reaching an impressive user base of over 2.2 million and engaging more than 18,000 developers. And in addition, the community has more than 1,040 member units, 145 SIG groups, and 64 international user groups. And currently, the OpenKeylin open source desktop operating system has many features, including 180 core components and AI integrated desktop environment, and the VLAN-based welcome compositor. So
The slide is missing.
Oh,
Your slide
sorry.
is missing.
Maybe the network is not good.
Yeah.
Yes. Okay. OpenKeylin currently features the implementation of several AI assistant applications, including functionalities like speech recognition, meeting recording, and image processing. These integrations deliver intelligent interactive capabilities designed to significantly enhance the user experience. And for the large language models supporting these AI functionalities, and we provide flexible deployment options, accommodating both local and cloud-based models. This design approach is centered on two strategic decoupling efforts. First, we decouple the model from the underlying. Oh, sorry. Network is not good. Okay, so first we decouple the model from the underlying computing platform, which ensures greater operational flexibility for the model themselves. Oh. Okay. And second, we decouple the application layer from the specific AI models, allowing applications within the system to access and utilize these models seamlessly and efficiently. Next, I will proceed to highlight some of OpenKitty's contributions and ongoing efforts within the RISC-V. The following section will outline the development and the iteration of OpenKitty's RISC-V versions. This journey spans from the initial release in July 2022 up to the current OpenKitty 2.0 SP2, demonstrating continuous and rapid technological advancement. OpenKitty currently supports over 20 distinct RISC-V hardware platforms, establishing a robust and expanding software and hardware ecosystems. We have successfully established a relatively comprehensive RISC-V software ecosystem. Our porting efforts have been extensive, encompassing multiple software categories. First, the open source applications. We have successfully ported a significant number of foundational. Sorry, the network is not good.
Can you upload your slide?
Yeah. We have successfully ported a significant number of foundational open source programs, including applications like LibreOffice and Firefox. And secondly, the commercial and proprietary software. We have also successfully ported essential commercial applications such as input methods, communication tools, and proprietary word processing software, alongside applications self-development by the OpenKitty community. So consequently, our efforts have culminated in the creation of a robust RISC-V software repository containing over 60,000 software packages. Beyond ecosystem porting, OpenKitty is actively leading the development of cutting-edge RISC-V technologies. This including pioneering work in cloud-native integration and the implementation of advanced AI functions on the RISC-V architecture. Our objective is to not only adopt but also drive the fundamental technology advancement and maturity of the RISC-V platform. So next, I will shift our focus to detailing the GNOME desktop porting efforts, specifically undertake on the OpenKitty RISC-V version. So, firstly, the GNOME session integration on OpenKitty 2.0 on the OpenKitty 2.0 SP2 release. We focus on seamless integration using LightDM and the default display manager. We successfully implemented both GNOME X11 and VLAN sessions. we integrated these sessions with LightDM, allowing users to directly log into the GNOME 44 desktop environment via OpenKitting's custom creator component. So, secondly, we upstream the component selection and porting strategy. For the resale platform, we strategically select the GNOME 44 version line. So our approach involved building a complete set of desktop components locally from their upstream source code, thereby ensuring the latest feature and stability. This process, including compiling the key packages such as the mutual and GNOME share and other. Okay, network is not stable. So thirdly, we utilize the native REST-file toolchain for self-sustained completion. So a significant achievement of this work is that the entire build process was executed using the OpenKitting's native built-in native REST-file toolchain to compare environment. So we leveraged the native OpenKitting, including the Ninja and achieve a native REST-file component entirely within the OpenKitting environment itself. So below is the example of the compilation execution commands we used. Okay, OpenKitting is an operating system using the apt for package management and uses the DEB package format. Our subsequent work focuses on the incremental completion of packaging of the GNOME components. And the packaging strategy and the system integration is that we exploit the standard Debian packaging process. This ensures that the GNOME components are consistently installed into the system standard patch. And at the dependency level, we pre, we oh. So, so I'm sorry about the network. Okay, this generated the DEB package with their will then be integrated into OpenKitting's apt repository. This allows for a seamless installation and upgrading via apt install. The package, the GNOME desktop, is designed to coexist with the existing desktop environment, laying a robust foundation for future automation in building process, regression testing, and community release. So during the early stage of our adaptation work, we frequently encounter the desktop stability issues. So the network is
Yeah.
yeah. So I don't have. Okay. So here is our issues from resulting in session crash by so we for example we on the OpenKDN RISC-V platform the library layout and the path requires by GNOME dependency exhausted slight variables. So specifically matters private libraries and its relative files were initially unable to located correctly by the system. So to resolve this issue, we addressed the issue by adding a dedicated ld.so.conf configuration for the mute private directory and so other files to the system's directory. And so these are some issues. So maybe I will introduce the challenges in desktop experience and the ecosystem. So for the firstly, resolving the control center stability issues. A major challenge involved persisted crash in the GNOME 44 control center triggered by wallpaper reading. So our investigation revealed two the factors. Firstly, the upstream version mismatch between GNOME Control Center and OpenKDN's library. And secondly, the OpenKDN native wallpaper XML use the tag which is a non-point accepted within the upstream paper. So we stabilized the background panel on the RISC-V architecture by correcting the OpenKDN's wallpaper XML to properly match the requirements of GNOME Control Center. Oh. Okay. Now let me introduce the VLAN. In this specific graphic stack, VLAN operates by treating high-level applications as VLAN clients. So these clients interact with the central VLAN compositor via toolkits libraries like Qt or GTK. The VLAN compositor will then combine this application data with the underlying hardware resources. So the compositor is ultimately responsible for the rendering the application content directly onto the screen, thereby realizing the lightweight and highly efficient display framework from the application layer down to the hardware. So OpenKDN has successfully achieved the full integration of GNOME desktop on the RISC-V platform. This accomplishment maintains a unified technology roadmap with the X-Value x86 architecture, thereby ensuring a consistent desktop experience across multiple architecture within the same open source ecosystem. This effort representing and exploration by our community into the future of the RISC-V desktop. Ultimately, this work lays vital foundations for future product and extensive ecosystem collaboration. So based on OpenKeylin 2.0 SP2,
Doctor, so your slide is missing again.
sorry,
Your slide.
can you hear my? Can you see my slide?
Your slide. Yeah, you can see your slide.
Oh, okay. Okay.
Okay.
So based on the OpenKeylin 2.0 SP2, we have successfully enabled users to boot directly into the GNOME desktop environment from the initial login screen. Users can now perform standard daily operations, including accessing common applications, managing system setting, and handling window management. The GNOME session is selectable directly from the login interface for the end users. This translation into a seamless out-of-the-box experience where session switching is both uh, immediate and intuitive. Here is the functional complete uh, completeness and application support in the GNOME on. Oh, okay, in the GNOME on OpenKeylin REST file environment, users can smoothly execute. Oh, sorry. Okay, sorry. So in the GNOME on OpenKeylin REST file environment, users can smoothly execute mainstream open source applications, including the web browsers, Office suites, multimedia tools, and development utilities. This robust application support provides a complete. Okay. This robust application support provides a complete operational foundation for daily tasks, study, and software development on the REST file architecture. And the ecosystem migration and seamless user experiments within the newly integration GNOME desktop environment. The key native applications such as weather, text editor, media player, and document transfer tools are fully functional and operate directly. And the functionality and user experience of these applications remain consistent with their behavior on the desktop. Our work has a mere we have successfully migrated OpenKitten's entire applications ecosystem onto the GNOME platform, ensuring the computing continuity ensuring our user can use this software. So, okay. Finally, let me summarize our work in conclusion. So, in summary, leveraging the OpenKitten open source operating system, we have successfully ported the integrated Okay, I'm so sorry for the network. So in summary, the OpenKitten operating system, we have successfully ported and integrated the GNOME desktop environment onto the RISC-V architecture platform. This required comprehensive work on component compilation and standardized packaging, along with documenting the key technology challenges encountered throughout the transportation process. Furthermore, we have ensured the platform's readiness by successfully installing and running a full suite of the common software. Okay, furthermore, we have ensured the platform's readiness by successfully installing and running a full suite of common software within the RISC-V GNOME environment, which guarantees robust support for the users and delivers validated desktop experiments. So looking ahead, we will continue our exploration into the fusion of AI technology with the Linux desktop environment. Okay, I'm so sorry. So looking ahead, I'm so sorry. So looking ahead, we will continue our exploration into the fusion of AI technology with the Linux desktop environment. Our commitment is to achieve actively drive the evolution and advancement of the Linux open source desktop ecosystem as so. Finally, here is the contact information for the OpenKitten community. We sincerely welcome you to connect with us and contribute to our development efforts. So thank you very much, and so sorry about network. Okay.
Yep.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you, Doctor.
Okay.
へいへいへいへいへいへい。ワン、ツー、マイクロフォンチェック。マイクロフォンチェック。へい、ワン、ツー。は。へい、ワン、ツー。へいへいへいへい。へい、ワン、ツー。マイクロフォンチェック。ワン、ツー。マイクロフォンチェック。は。は。は。へい、ワン、ツー。マイクロフォンチェック。へい、ワン、ツー。へいへいへいへい。ワン、ツー、マイクロフォンチェック。ワン、ツー、マイクロフォンチェック。は。は。ワン、ツー。ワン、ツー。マイクロフォンチェック。ワン、ツー。 ワンツーワンツーワンツーははははワンツーワンツーツーツーははマイクロフォンチェックマイクロフォンチェックワンツーマイクロフォンチェックこれだとさ配信に行ってるのはでかすぎない？そうだよね。じゃあ、こっちで原因下げるか。マイクロフォンチェック。マイクロフォンチェック。マイクロフォンチェック。これを下げればいいのか。ワン、ツー、マイクロフォンチェック。マイクロフォンチェック。マイクロフォンチェック。ワン、ツー、マイクロフォンチェック。マイクロフォンチェック。ワン、ツー。は。ワン、ツー、ワン、ツー。は。は。ワン、ツー。ワン、ツー。マイクロフォンチェック。ワン、ツー。オッケー。マイクロフォンチェック。オッケー。
Hello, am I audible? Hello, am I audible?
Check, check, check. Okay, hello everyone. Check. Oh, okay. The next session is another remote session by Sudip Shil. He will talk about concept to code, building modern Linux GNOME app with Python and GTK4.
Hello everyone. Hello. Um, Hello everyone. Good afternoon. My name is Shudip Shield and I'm an associate software engineer at Red Hat, India. So today I'm excited to walk you through the journey, concept to code, building modern Linux applications using Python and GTK. So uh, a little bit about me. At Red Hat, I work closely with the desktop team. My journey with the open source has led me to contribute to core libraries like GTK and Pango, and improving text layouts and leading in Pango, fixing rendering artifacts in GTK4. So let's start with today's session. So throughout the session, we'll be building GTK4 apps, uh, Linux apps. So whether you are using Fedora, RHEL, or any other Linux distributions or Mac, you can use GTK. So what exactly is GTK? GTK4 and how it is contributing to the development of the Linux applications. Let's look into that. So imagine you want to build a Linux application and you don't want to write code to draw every single pixels of a button or a scroll bar from the scratch bar. So GTK is like a massive box of bricks for developers. So it provides predefined windows, buttons, sliders, text boxes for the developers. If you are using Python, C, and any other languages, JavaScript or Rust, so GTK is aligned with them. You can use some predefined library so that it can communicate with the GTK library. And GTK is the face of the GNOME desktop used by popular apps like File Manager and Settings menu. So if you are using Fedora Linux distribution or RHEL Linux distribution, you will find some modern UIs are there. So GTK is using it. And one more term is there, it's Advaita, which is a modern GTK apps using the Advaita. We can create a modern app. We will look into that in the upcoming time. So let's start with that. We will be using Python now, and the GTK library is totally written in C. So how it is communicating, how the Python will be communicating in backend with the GTK library when we are using, we will be creating the app. So GTK is totally written in C, which is obviously fast and but difficult. But Python is slow but easy. The magic link is PyG object. So this library is useful and it is allowing you to write a simple Python code that controls the high performance C code of the GTK4. You get Python simplicity and also the C speed for the heavy graphical lifting. Okay, let's look into the installation, how you can install in your Linux distribution. So we will be installing two things first. The first one is GTK4. The second one is Python G object. So based on your Linux application, Linux distribution, the library's name can be changed. So the main project name is PyG object. The PyPy module is GI, and Fedora, if you are using the Fedora distribution, you can use Python 3 G object. If you are using the Ubuntu package, you will be using the Python 3 GI. Based on the Linux distribution, you can install it. So if you're using the Fedora Linux distribution, you will see the Python G object and GTK4 comes predefined. Let's start with the code. So we'll be running the hello world program first. So we will be using the Python and the GTK4 library to create the first Hello World Linux app. So here is the code you can see in the screen. The first line is import GI. So import GI, we have to import the library. Okay, this GI library means it's very crucial, and we must explicitly tell the Python to use the GTK version 4. So if you are not using that, if your Linux distribution has any other GTK 3 or 2 version, uh, the OS will directly use that version. So the newest version, the latest version of the GTK is 4. So let's start. First, you will be importing the libraries and look at the function that is on active method. And this will activate when you will be using gtk.application. And this is the main window whenever you use the GTK application. Actually, we are creating the main window, which actually attach it into our application. And if you see the connect on active, so this app is connecting to the function, the method, using the activate signal. And if you run this, the function will run. And the first line is GTK application window, which is, you can see the window is here. And then it will check what will be the title of the window. If you see, the title of the window is Hello GTK4. And then we'll be setting the size of the window. The when the window will pop up, what will be the size of the window? You can see that. So let's say I gave the height and width is 400 and 300. If you give -1 and -1, whatever content is there in your app, the window size will stick to that size, means stick to that content. Then we'll be creating a button. If you see here, hello world button is there. It's a button. So whenever you are not creating any boxes, anything, the button is spread throughout the content, throughout the window. So here is the button. Suppose the label is hello world button. If you can see, you can write any label here, means the name of the button. Whatever the button will display the name. Next thing is button connect. So whenever it's a click signal. So whenever you see a dot connect method, so it's actually connecting to a signal whether you are clicking on the button in a single click, whether you are clicking in the button in a double click. That signal will help you understand. Activate signal, which actually um, initialize the window, GTK window, and click signal means whenever you're clicking on the button, that will be a click signal. So if you see the click signal suggests that the window will be closing. So whenever I'll be clicking that button, the window will close. So this is the simple Hello World program. And let's deep dive into the other thing. Suppose the showing image. So if you see the rabbit picture is there, you have downloaded from the Google. And so all the code remains same, just the button changed into image. So showing the image, you have to use the gtk.picture.new for file name. So whenever you use that, the picture will be attached to your window, but make sure you use the dot set child. So this is the method where actually the picture is attached, picture will attach into your window and it will display the image. So this is the second code, the showing image. And the most crucial part of GTK whenever you are beginners, if you are beginner, then you will be learning layouts, which is the vertical boxes and the horizontal boxes. So if you see here, the everything remains same. The middle boxes are same. Suppose first we are creating a main box. Main box means whole of the whole content will be stored in a single box, and inside that one vertical box is there and horizontal box is there. So what is the importance of the layouts? What is the importance of the vertical boxes and the horizontal boxes? So it's simple. We don't need to write pixel code here. Just use the vertical box and horizontal box. So suppose the vertical box are first is level. This level is I am in a vertical box, and second is the button below. So whenever we create a vertical box, you see the label and the button comes vertically. And below that, whenever you are using the horizontal boxes, the label and the button comes horizontally. So you don't need to write the pixel code. Just use the method and the signals, vertical and horizontal. Then you'll be getting this feature. So this is the code where gtk.box is there, one method is there, and you have to give the orientation. The orientation can be vertical and the horizontal. So these are the references you will find in if you are a beginner, then this reference actually will help you. Let me show you how the references look like. Sorry, let me share the screen. Here we are. Okay. So these are the reference. It's docs.gtk.org, and you have to give GTK4 here. Um, you can see here also the website name. So if you go into this website, all the classes, all the signets are there. You can find it here. And suppose you go down and check, suppose here list box is there. So it's a vertical list. Whenever scrollable lists are there, suppose some food items it's there in your app. So you have to make it scrollable. Then you can find this simple um, methods where it will show you that how it will be look like, means the list. And scrollable is different. Whenever you search here scrollable, it will find, suppose you need some gtk list, and if you go to this reference, it is laska.github.io, and you paste it here, and if you see, the GTK list box is here. And if you see how beautifully it um, structured, and will explain you how this will be look like, how the list boxes is connecting to the GTK wizard, and then the list box will work. And here are the explanation, everything you will check here. So let's go to the slide. I'm again sharing the I'm again sharing the references. So these are the references, and GitHub references are there. You can look into my GitHub account also. These are the Sudeep Shil 9862. This is my GitHub account where I have included some of the files which include GTK4 code using the Python, and it's beginner friendly. You can see that, and using that you can create your own app. Okay, let's start with what we are here. It's Libervita. So we'll be creating the modern GTK apps using the Libervita. See, GTK is normal, creating a normal window, buttons, and like that. But Libervita, it's a means um, Libervita is a library layer for which will work on the top of the GTK4. So it has some fantastic CSS designs. Okay, and the design is called actually Advaita design language. So you can install the Advaita in your Linux distribution, whether you are using the Fedora, Ubuntu, or macOS. It's libadwaita devel for the Fedora. Is sudo apt install grl2 adw for the Ubuntu, and for Mac OS it's brew install libadwaita. So you can use that. You can install the libadwaita, and let me give you some example. So in the previous slide, if you see, we have used the gtk.applications. Right, gtk.applications. In every slides, we have used the gtk.applications. But whenever we will be creating the modern GTK app, we will not use the GTK application, but we will be using the ADW, that is Advaita dot application window. So are we not using the GTK dot application? No, actually we are using the GTK application, but Advaita it's working on the top of the GTK application. So when you run this, it will automatically call the GTK application in the backend. Obviously, the window will create, it will help you to create, the GTK.application will help you to create that. And but libadwaita is not a replacement. Obviously, it's a fancy layer. It will work top of the GTK layer. So here is my explanation. It's GTK if the GTK is the engine and the chassis, uh, which will run the car. But libadwaita it's a luxury body kit which adds a leather seats, your fancy color, your sleek bumper and tinted windows. So it's just a design which will help the GTK apps look more creative and fantastic. So what is the technical term? GTK window is the parent, and Advaita application window is the child. And the Advaita window, that the child has everything the parent has, that is resizing, closing, and minimizing, plus the new features. That is, the Advaita has some rounded corners of your app. So if you find our Fedora Linux distribution, all the apps are designed in Advaita in libadwaita now in GTK4. So if you see the rounded corners in the app, suppose you open the settings app and you see the rounded corners, you will find that um, it's written in Advaita. So let's check some of the live demo of the Advaita. Now I'll open the code. I assume my screen is visible. So suppose let's start with the dark mode. So Advaita has some feature that your app has some dark mode enabled. So if you see, here is the code. So where we have used the Advaita, if you see here, app dot dark mode, and we are using the Advaita application window on the top of the GTK window. We will be not using that, and one dark button will be there. Its button will be check button. I'll show you when I'll be running this app. And it's a toggle button. Toggle button means the check button has this toggle signal. Whenever you enable the check, means and checked the check button, it will toggle into that check button is on, and the dark mode will be on. And the one close button is there, and you will be surprised to see the close button is different in Advaita. Suppose some red design is there, and obviously already told you the how the boxes will work. So Advaita has some feature is style manager, which actually gives you the feature to use the dark button. So Style Manager has set color scheme. So if you're using force dark, it will be turning the app into dark mode. If if you force the Style Manager to use the forced light color, the app will turn into light color. So let's run this code and we'll be seeing some advaita magic here. Sorry. And if you see, here is the app. And if you toggle enable this dark mode, if you see the app is dark now. If you disable this dark mode, the app will in the light mode. And you can see the close application. We didn't use any sophisticated buttons. The adverter actually helps you to do that. So this is how you will create the modern GTK apps. So when you close the application, it will close. Let's show you another which is another app, another idea, which is swipe slider. First, let me run this so you can understand how the swipe will work. So here is the thing. If you see some websites now ever in using React, Angular, some of the developers use this feature, but in GTK, you can use that using the adverter feature. So now you can create this type of Linux app. See, so this is kind of an app, and you can create these slider buttons. And when you click the exit button, it will exit. So it happens if you see I'm using the adverter application window, and the main feature of adverter, which actually makes it happen, it's the carousel. So this is the adverter.carousel. So if you if you go to the Google and type adverter, the first link you click, it is the reference of the adverter. Or you can go to my profile in GitHub. My username is Shudipshil9862. You'll find all the codes over there. It's beginner friendly. So the carousel actually make it happen. So for this feature, if you see, we are setting the window welcome and status page is there. It's just a pages. You see one by one pages. So video streaming pages, more pages you can add. Okay. So for creating in the carousel, every pages you create, it's using the adverter status page. Okay. So adverter.carousel have multiple pages. Whenever you slide, you will find one, two, three, and multiple status pages over there. And you can, at the last, I have created the button. Obviously, if you click it, it will close the window. So let's start and see the next one, which is the the App Store. So I created for this presentation, I created this app. So if you see in the Fedora Linux distribution or any distribution, you see the updates are coming of the app, okay, and which apps are installed. So it will be coming. So how the UI is made? UI is made up of GTK4 and the Adwaita. So Liverveta is fantastic. If you see some this pages are there. So these are not pages, it's the stacks. So this is called stacks. So whenever you use adverted or stack, so you will be getting this UI. And every stack has some pages. If you see, if I go to the update stack, you will see the update window. If I go to the install stack, I will see the install window. If I go to the explore tab, I will see the explore window. So these are the window. And let me give you the um, code. I'll upload it to my GitHub account. You'll directly go and find it. So if you see that the stack, it's adverter.view stack, and every stack has these status pages. Okay, explore pages, install pages, but all the pages are linked to this stack. So, and header bar obviously is there. Obviously, if you don't use the header bar, it's a menu. menu bar where the stack will be placed. So you can use the stack anywhere in the UI, but if you see in my case, I have used a header bar. It's a menu bar. The GTK use the menu bar, and the advertiser is using the header bar. So you can go into multiple stacks. You can create that, and advertise already available. It's a open source, and you can contribute to that. So let's go to my presentation. It's the last slide that I'll be presenting to you. So here is the last slide. So how do you package this? So you have already created this. Suppose you have created this Linux app. Now you cannot run the Python, right? So you could have the multiple Python files. You could have something images. You could have the icon. Suppose if you go to the Spotify, you see the Spotify icon over there, right? So this icon can be placed uh, using means when you package this application, you will be able to use that. So we'll be using Mason here. Obviously, CMake is there. Python wrapper script is there. But Mason distribution is what I like. So Mason can handle actually complex resources. So suppose you have too many UI files, too many icons over there, too many SVC files and other Python files. Okay, so if you bundle and package this and installing the file into correct system locations, so the Mason will help you out. And this setup will allow uh, us to package the app. So let's see this. So this will be our last slide. So if you see the directory here, the directory has one data which has our icon, the app icon, the image. One UI is there, which is written in XML, and one
Actually, can
Python
you
file is
end
there.
now?
So here is the mason.build. It is the actually main window. So first of all, it's not too complex. If you understand it, it's very simple. So the commands are very simple. Whenever you created this Mason files, the top level Mason file, which will actually the um, main packaging, which is my app. My app is the folder name, and you're using Python distribution, right? My Python language. And the subdirectory you have to give. Subdirectories are src, UI, and the data. So in the src file, you will include the mason.build file. And if
Philip,
you
can you end
see this,
your presentation now? Sorry, thank you.
yes, I can end this. Yeah. So here is the files you can see. The Mason, you can create the package over here. So let's, it's my conclusion. Okay. So I have already shown you the App Store, all the apps, how can you use the Liberator over the GTK app. So thus you can create the GTK apps over any normal apps. Okay. So now you can create the beginner friendly apps in Linux. So any of the Linux distribution, you can use the GTK and the Liberator. So thank you so much for giving me this opportunity to display uh, how I worked in GTK. And it was a beginner friendly session for me. Thank you so much for listening and enjoy the rest of the GNOME.Asia Summit. I'm happy to answer any questions you might have.
Okay, thank you for
Any question?
Sudeep Shield for the presentation. Now we're going to the next presentation. The topic is Sugar Toolkit on GTK4, a case study in modernizing for today's
Okay.
GNOME.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
Yeah, yeah, you're welcome. By next is by Chris Pandya. Uh, Time is yours.
Hello. Yeah, so I'll go a little quick because the slides are a bit long. So, yeah, a little about me. I worked with Sugar Labs for over the past last year, and I worked on basically porting the Sugar toolkit to GTK4. I'll explain what is the toolkit and what is Sugar. So, basically, Sugar desktop is the desktop that runs on the OLPC desktops, and basically they use something called as the activities, and which are similar to what we can call like Nautilus or Epiphany or something like that. So they built on top of Sugar Toolkit, which is the toolkit that they use to make the activities. So now we use basically the Sugar Toolkit that we currently use was on GTK3, and that's why we sort of ported it. So the whole architecture was dependent upon Sugar X, which was also another library that Sugar had. And it was basically a lot of C, which handled all these gestures, all the audio drivers, and it was very fine-tuned to the OLPC desktop. Now, they had to do that because this was back in 2011, and we had Fedora developers working on the Sugar and also making the toolkit. But as like 2019 came, GTK4 came, and now we have 2025, and a lot of desktops started dropping GTK3 support, and Wayland started to getting more adapted. So we had to move. So that was the push for change. So this was the GSOC plan. Basically just port everything that is not GTK4 to GTK4. That was very simple and it failed quite radically. So after the first few weeks, on the second week, on the meet, we decided that let's not do that. Let's try something more big. So the whole change was architecture change. So what we did was we kind of dropped the old C library and used the native gestures that GTK3 provided us. So this was the plan. This Python project is from the GNOME Builder empty GTK4 project, and we can just start from there. So this is basically starting the new toolkit from scratch. And the idea is simple. Just port all the older widgets to GTK4. Now, Of course, there are a lot of challenges, and that is what I will go and explain here. But yeah. So one more thing that we changed was the old system tools. It relied on autogen, configure, make, install. This would give you a lot of errors, and the compilation would require small prayer. So we switched to the new thing that we have right now. And we use Mason for C and Python packaging for toolkit. So now everybody can just pip install sugar toolkit GTK4 and they can just start running. So that's what we decided on. Now we started working. The first thing is very simple. You take all the files, which none of the files are dependent on. For example, the smaller icons or some buttons. And we decided to just start with that. So I can, one more thing. While developing this, what we did was, when I would make a simple, let's say a port of the icon and the buttons, we would write the test for it, and we would write an example for it. So as we ported the whole library slowly, we would have more and more examples. And now the test coverage is about 60% and have examples for every single UI element that has been ported. So we know that this works. And of course, that was one big thing that we had to work on. I will show the examples at the end of the talk, but I'll just go over through the things that we did. So I'll share all the links as well. The whole structure has been blogged via the weekly blogs, and one can see and look at the things that we exactly did. So the first thing was exactly the colors and the simple buttons. This was pretty easy, and it was very good. We would use the new GTK shortcut system. We would use the new GTK4 gestures. And it was just so much more better than using the old C library, writing its Python object, and then using it. So the first few weeks were really good. We have the toolbar, we have the buttons, and we have some things that work. So this was by the end of midterm, I was able to make this game that I'll show. It just had a toolbar, which had buttons. And because now I can just natively control from my laptop, I can just send signals via Control O, Control R, or any keyboard controls. This was difficult previously because we had the C library. But this was just a toolbox, a tool button, and a rendering canvas with snapshot done. And so we were able to do this by the midterms. Then came the whole shift, as I explained earlier. Yeah, so the palettes were the boss fight, I would say. So the whole sugar desktop depended upon this thing called as the palette. Now, we don't have, the desktop environment uses this floating windows that we call palettes. Now, because we were also porting it to Wayland, there were a few issues. Because the palettes were hard-coded to open on 00, 100, 100, and that would just not work in Wayland. And so we had to do something creative. And there were a lot of things in the whole architecture of palettes which needed to be removed. So I would say the porting was mainly about finding what to remove and what we can add from the current toolkit support from GTK4. So yeah, as the XL1 global coordinates just does not work. And this was the issues that we had. What we did was we used GTK PowerPower. And after that, I mean, of course, all of our problems were unsolved, but we had a better solution. This solution would work over the next 5 years compared to what we had previously. So now that we have this, yeah. So I would like to explain this a little bit more. So as I explained, the palettes needed this window to open up everywhere, because they would not only open inside an application, but also in the desktop environment. So this is something to know, because the whole OS runs on the sugar shell, which also runs on palettes. So it's like a big window which will open a lot of palettes. So this was something that really needed a lot of attention. And we used the GTK buttons, the GTK menu to style it the way sugar does. And that is how we were able to replicate the old palettes design. Then we had the invokers. Of course, GTK, event control, and just a click were just like really helpful for us because we don't have to deal with C anymore. And we were able to add all of this on top of palettes. Then came the radio tool buttons, the toolbar buttons, the menu palettes, and all of these things, which were the old UI components that we had in Sugar Toolkit GTK3. Now, this was the time when we also had the PyPy release, and now everybody is able to pip install Sugar Toolkit GTK4 and just run it. And this was the time we were finally able to port the first Hello World activity. So activity, as I explained earlier, are the applications that Sugar uses. Now, if we can't port any applications, there's no point in porting the toolkit. If we make GTK4 and we can't make applications with GTK4, it does not make sense. So this was a time when we had Hello activity running, Hello World, because Hello World relied on palettes. It also relied, I mean, it does not have anything. It's just a Hello World, but the whole activity, the main activity required it. So with graphics almost done, now it was to set up time for the backend systems. GTK4 did not really affect a lot of here. Data store, object chooser, everything just was, we did not have to worry about porting it to GTK4, it just worked. Yeah, so the documentation is there on read the docs. Now we have the GTK4 activity. And we have all these things, the combo box. I will show all of them in the example once we are done with the slides. Yeah, as I explained, the testing was very rigorous and very regular. Every time I would add something, I would add its test, I would add its example to see that it works and to test. Yeah. Along with this, I also worked with Sugar AI, which is live at ai.sugarlabs.org. Now, this was something that Sugar wanted to do because now that LLMs are getting more and more popular, we wanted to add them in our desktops as well. And so after all of this was done, after the summer was finished, during October, I had a free weekend, and I was able to code up a new activity in the GTK4 toolkit, which utilized the Sugar AI. We called it the Sugar AI toolkit. So now, once this is done, this summer is done, this year is done, we also want to port for Wayland. We also want to port the Sugar shell, as I explained, it relied on a lot on palettes, to GTK4. And this is the ongoing work that we are doing right now. And it'll be the same as what we did in the toolkit. Very rigorous on testing, very rigorous on examples. I would also like to thank my mentors, Walter, Ibiam, and Juan Pablo. They really helped me a lot, especially because they knew what smaller changes would affect in a bigger run, which guided to make this work. So the slides are available. Okay, this should have been a link, but if great. Okay, I'll just show the examples and write it here. So this was the Hello World. Now, it's a pretty simple game. Okay, the icons are a bit weird on loading here. But as I was talking about, the top thing is the toolbar. All of these are buttons, and this is just a snapshot rendering. So yeah, we were not using snapshot earlier. Of course, there was a big change in GTK4. So we also changed over there. And so this was the midterm thing that we were able to accomplish. So I wanted to share all of this and all these lessons. Now the ball is really fast. I don't think so I would be able to control it. But yeah, I think I should just, yeah. So this was the midterm. I will share the source actually. I also, I think this was one of the blogs which I would recommend anybody reading on porting GTK4. Of course, the documentation was very helpful. The migration from 3.x to 4.x on GTK4 is really helpful. But this just goes to show that how much work was done on making GTK4 from 2015 to when it was released, I believe 2020. And it explains a lot of things that you would need, especially when you are porting old libraries. They have their own decisions made in their own time, which you would not understand right now. But looking back on this blogs written on their time, you would have the idea of why it was made and why it makes sense now. But also, yeah. So this is how Sugar looks like. These are the activities, and that's the home view. This is the first thing that opens up. So as you can see, this Sugar journal is using palettes. And a lot of things, as I explained, palettes was a big boss fight dependent upon this. But so this is basically a one big window that runs all the applications. And it does not, it would open one, it would close them. Open one and close them. And that is just how Sugar works. So yeah, these are some activities which were running on GTK3. We will slowly port it to GTK4. If anybody wants to run Sugar, they can just go to Sugar Labs. Yeah, I assume it's, yeah, just, I think going on sugarlabs.org should make you find that. I can't seem to read the title. But if anybody wants to read the whole blogs, this was the final week blog that I had. It's on sugarlabs.org/authors/Krish Pandya. Krish-Pandya. This has explained everything that I did on this talk. And it has also links to all the other YouTube videos that I had for demonstrations. But yeah, so I would like to answer if there are any questions here. This is the GTK4 docs. This is the migration doc that I was talking about. This was very useful. So if somebody is porting, they should start from this. And for the references, it's just GTK4. But yeah, this was the whole final blog that I would recommend if anybody wants to just see, even in more details, how we actually ported the whole library.
Okay. Any question or want to discuss something? Yeah. Okay.
So how long did it take to do the porting to GTK4?
Yeah, so I would say the total time was around 5 months overall. There are still a lot of things left. Well, not the whole library, but we ported around 12 to 15 UI elements. We didn't have to port all the data store and journal and things, but around 15 UI elements. That's about 20,000 lines of Python in like 5 to 6 months of work.
Is there any more question? Okay, if there's no more question, maybe you want to explain more something about something you haven't explained.
Okay. I could. Would, yeah, I think some of the more solutions. This is the things that worked for us when we were doing the toolbar. GTK4 did not have GTK toolbar and GTK image menu items. So what we just did was we would make the GTK window and style it using our old uh, look. We would basically just add CSS on top of it, the GTK window, to make it look like how it used to look like. Because the port was supposed to make it so that it's not really visible for the end user, but of course there will be a lot of changes for the developers. But because our users are kids, we cannot expect them to just get adapted to something that's new. I think that was something. But yeah, this contains a lot of solutions that work for us and how we ported our old GTK 3. Yeah, could show one more. This is also made using the new toolkit. So this was basically just, and it would have all the things that we would usually require: save, preview, clear. Those were just the old data store files that we had usually. We did had change a lot the things on rendering using snapshot, but I think the documentation is pretty clear about that, and so there were not a lot of problems, at least. The only problem, as I mentioned, was the palettes because of the whole X11 Wayland positioning system. But we were able to make a lot of the things work. This activity actually contains everything that we would have in an activity. So this metadata, we in Sugar uses metadata to open and close activities from the journal. We call it the journal. It's basically a integrated part inside the Sugar shell. And yeah, that's a toolbar box. All of the things are tool button. If there is a normal button, we would call it a button. That's pretty much explains what this activity is, at least on the developer ends. But it would look, the whole Sugar artwork and the styling is pretty similar to what we would have in Sugar. I could also show the Sugar AI activity. This is what we ended up. This is just a GTK4 application with the Sugar Toolkit GTK4 styling. So this kind of explains our general look. Yeah. That's about it. If I'm open to more questions after the talk as well, and yeah, you can try downloading it. Just like pip install Sugar Toolkit GTK4. Documentation is there on Read the Docs, and the repository is just Sugar Labs / Sugar Toolkit GTK4. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you, Chris Pandya. I'm sorry. Thank you for your presentation. The next one is, I believe it's remote session by Mr. Aryan Kausik. The title is Making a Career Out of Forced Internship, Chisok Outreach.
Hello everyone. Uh, I guess I can start. So yeah, welcome to my talk on making a career out of force internships, having a focus on GSOC and Outreachy. Unfortunately, I am not in Tokyo right now to meet you all in person, but yes, I hope uh, you would like this talk anyway. Let me just open my camera because Shezwan is messaging me. One second. Yeah, I guess I'm visible now. So, yeah, a little bit about me. I'm Aryan Kaushik. I am a GNOME Foundation member. I have also been an Ubuntu member. I am currently am. I am maintainer of Logo Menu, which is a GNOME extension with I think around 2 million downloads now, but I've lost the count. I am a GNOME internship committee member. So we are the GNOME's committee which manages the GNOME's participation in GSOC, Outreach, and any other internship programs if we ever come to them. I was myself a Google Summer of Code intern in 2023 at Google Chromium and in 2022 at the GNOME Foundation itself. I was also the organizer of UbuCon Asia in India, and I am ex-lead of Ubuntu India. So yeah, that's a mouthful. And that's me on the left side when I am not using my webcam. It was at Guadec this year where I presented a version of the same talk. So moving to the next slide. What exactly is the problem which I am for which I have to like share this talk? So the thing is that a lot of students at this point of time feel that force is unpaid labor. They feel that they are not getting paid for their contributions and hence they should not contribute. People have really strong opinions of unpaid internships, especially in India, countries like India, where every few days or so you will see on LinkedIn that, hey, don't do this internship because you are doing this for free. Why are you working for free? Why are you helping a company get richer for free? So those kind of issues always get raised up on LinkedIn, and I wouldn't be saying that if it is good or not, if it's right or wrong, but the thing is that people lack to realize that open source and forced contributions are different and tend to keep them in the same category. So when they hear that you're contributing to a software but you're not getting monetary gains in return immediately, then they say that, yeah, don't do it. It's not worth it. So those kind of thought process has started to accumulate. The reason for that is simply that students are these days unaware of what force actually meant, that they are contributing for themselves, they are improving the software ecosystem for themselves for their own purposes. It's like, I think Linus Torvalds once said, and please don't quote me on this, but I think in one of the conferences of apps open source summit he said that the best contributors are those who are contributing for themselves. That is the purpose why Linux is so popular and so much mature, that people were using it themselves for their own purposes, and whenever they thought that, okay, this is not right or this is something which could be fixed, they fixed it. And because people are contributing for themselves, they contributed the best code, the best options out there. So students are unsure, they don't know about these kind of things. They just think, we are helping organization getting richer. There's also too much DSA versus force focus in India. So if you don't know what DSA, it's like data structures and algorithms, where you hop onto a computer, onto a coding screen of lead code or something, and then you solve problems like how you can rob a home without triggering the alarm, or how to rob every second home. And these are the real problems out there. I can swear because I also had to do them. So there's too much DSA versus force focus in our countries, where it is like, if you want to get a job, you have two ways: either do DSA or you can do open source software contributions. And if you do one, you can't do the another. And because most organizations like Google, Microsoft, everything hires through DSA, people are not doing force because they just believe, okay, I want to go to Google, so I need to do DSA, and for that I should not do force, I should not contribute to open source because that will take my time away. So these kind of problems exist as well. It was also a problem in my college, We fixed it to a great extent, but it still exists. And again, the realization that what force actually is, why they are contributing, privacy, security, openness, your own control, ownership, those kind of things people don't know about. They just think, why care about privacy?" So these all accumulate into students and even experienced people not contributing to force over the time, which I have experienced. So, what's the myth? That open source is unpaid and only a ladder to get into big tech. But, and there's no force job out there. It's just you do force, you get into a job, and then you stop, that you don't continue. This is the main thing which I've seen in students these days, that you do it, get a job, leave it. But the reality is that force can help, force can pay, and force can build career. How? Let's see that. So the first one is Google Summer of Code. As you can see, the shining logo. Uh, GSOC was started a long time ago, and it is sponsored by Google to promote contributions. So I guess they still follow the "Don't be evil" tagline in some of their programs, which is good. They have a 3 to 6 months program. So the standard length is 3 months, but you can extend it up to 6 months if you want more time, the project is long, or there's some time commitment due to which you can't complete the project on time, or if there's any reason, you can talk with your mentor and then you can change the timeline of the project. The stipend in India starts from $750 up to $3,000. So it's like they have three lengths: small, medium, and large, which have varying time commitments and project sizes. In USA, it is just the double, with starting from 1,500 up to 6,000, because of the purchasing power parity. Some of the biggest organizations participate in it, and I still remember the time when I opened the GSOC's website. It was like Gen 2, Gnome Foundation, and your GNU, and a lot of organizations were participating, and I was like, I can't contribute to this one. It's too much for me. I am not smart enough. I am not skilled enough to participate in it. But one random day, a thought came that why not try? What's the harm in trying? Like, it's not like they will take money from me if I apply or if I don't get in. But it's like, if I can, then it will be a lot of help for me in my either in my career or also in my uh, financial means. So I did apply, I did get in, and it was one of the best days of my life when I got into Gnome Foundation for GSOC. So organizations list their projects for students to participate in. They are dedicated mentors who work on each project of mentorship, and they assign you tasks, they mentor you, they help you, guide you through the whole project completion, and they are your best friend when it comes to that. So yeah. And if you want to learn more about GNOME's participation, then you have this URL down there, but I will also be talking a bit about it later on. Then we have Outreachy, run by Software Freedom Conservancy. Outreachy is primarily for underrepresented communities in open source. So its main focus is on DEI, people who have been subject to systematic bias, racial bias, or even just underrepresented or didn't get the same opportunities as everyone else. Then they are the preferred target for Outreachy program. It's not limited to students only, which is a great thing, because one of the barriers with Google Summer of Code is that you either need to be a student, or if you're experienced, then you should have least contributions in open source so that they can term you as a beginner. With Outreachy, they don't have that. It's more open, it's more easier to participate, where there are a lot of people who might not have a formal degree or who can't afford one. So it is great for those people as well as experienced people can also participate in Outreachy. So we've had seen applications in GNOME in the past where very experienced individuals have also applied. So it's not very limited. So that opens the realm to a lot of more people out there. The stipend is $7,000 fixed. So it's not like adjusted by purchasing power parity. It's like if you are in a place where uh, the amount could be a lot, and it could really help you to do great things in your life. The program is of 3 months, so it is not the expanded kind of thing which we have in GSOC, and the scope is much, much more wider. So in GSOC, you can understand by the name itself, it's Google Summer of Code. It's not Google Summer of Conference. It's not Google Summer of graphical design. It's Google Summer of Code. So they prefer only technical programs to get in, only technical projects to get in. But in Outreach, you have a much wider scope. In GNOME as well, we have done past internships on documentation, on research, where one last internship was on researching GNOME's design in GNOME's app, which was really helpful in identifying where we could improve the apps by conducting surveys. So these kind of things you can do with Outreach, but not exactly with GSOC. So now, guess what? Outreachy started in GNOME. So how did it start? So there was a program called GNOME's Women's Summer Outreach Program, WSOP, in 2006. It was sponsored by GNOME and Google. It was started as in the starting days, there were like GNOME people realized that there weren't women interns in Google Summer of Code for GNOME Foundation. So they were like, what can we do about it? So they and Google started a new program just to encourage more women to join the program. It was GNOME's Women Summer Outreach Program, where they funded their internships and got them on board. In 2009, the program was started again with GNOME Outreach Program for Women names. So it was like OPW. It was nurtured by Marina, and she is no longer with us, but she has done so much work in this field, and she has uplifted so many through these programs that she will always live among us. Uh, in 2012, Software Freedom Conservancy took part in GNOME's outreach program for women, and they themselves like were getting interns from there. In 2019, the name was changed again. Now it became Force OPW. The reason for that, because a lot of more organizations participated than just GNOME. So it was no longer GNOME's outreach program for women. It was Force outreach program for women, where we had many more organizations participating. And in 2015, finally, the reins were transferred to SFC, Software Freedom Conservancy, which the first action was to rename the program to Outreachy, which thank you, because it's really a mouthful to say this whole free and open source software outreach program for women at a conference, but Outreachy is much easier. And yeah, since then, Outreachy has been a part of SFC, which have been tasked with organizing it every year. So this is a poster from a while back when the program was just started, the first OPW. You can see the stipends over there, the application deadlines, and at GNOME, Fedora, Tor, Wikimedia, Mozilla, all these kinds of organizations participated. So that's when they really started to get the hold of it, that it's not just for GNOME. This is something which could benefit even more organizations. And with Outreachy, it was opened to even people outside the scope of like just going with women. It was more open to anyone who was underrepresented or had any kind of bias or something like that. So it became more inclusive. But there are even more programs. There's Season of KDE, and we all are friends over here. Season of KDE is, I don't think it's paid, but it really helps you gain experience in the one of the biggest software programs out there. You also have LFX mentorship done by the Linux Foundation. So if you are going to cloud native stuff, you can go there because there are a lot of CNCF projects which come in LFX mentorship. We have MLH fellowship, which you can't do in India now. I think they have exited, but other parts of the world you can still apply to it. And you also have Google Season of Docs. So if anybody is like more of a documentation person, they like to write stuff, they like to do those things, then yeah, GSOD is also one of the great programs and is very much similar to GSOC and is again run by Google. So let's hear a bit more about GNOME's participation in this program, because, well, we do participate in them, and that is why we also encourage everybody else to do it and um, contribute and gain a lot of experience doing that. So GNOME's participation is done by the GNOME Internship Committee. So the GNOME Internship Committee applies on behalf of GNOME Foundation. They take the necessary approvals, they take the necessary funding approvals for outreachy because with GNOME, with Google Summer of Code, Google pays it, but with Outreachy, GNOME has to pay the interns. So we do all those kind of things, all those approvals and everything, and we also try to onboard mentors, we onboard students, give a write out post and things like that. And a huge shout out to Felipe Borges, who has been doing this for a long, long time. We are just starting to delegate a task, and then we got to realize how much there really is and how much we can really learn from his experience. And GNOME participates in both GSOC and Outreachy. And if there are any other programs which lead us to great interns who can really push forward the force game, then we can even look into that how we can participate there. And we are always on the lookout for great supporting, and we are always on the lookout for great enthusiasts who we can support and nurture them to become the best contributor version of themselves. So mentorship, now that's the elephant in the room, because you can have interns, but if you don't have mentors to mentor those interns, then you can't do things, because well, you need the mentors, otherwise you can't participate, otherwise you can't mentor the students, otherwise you can't nurture them into the space, and it just falls from there. So it is the most important part of it all, and anybody can be a mentor, and everyone should be. A mentor doesn't mean just that you are officially the mentor for GNOME, GSOC, Outreachy, or something like that. You can be the mentor who just helps the students on the public channel. You can be the mentor who solves their one bug which they have been facing for the last 1 week. So it's not like you have to give your whole time to mentorship. It's just that even if you can give a small amount of time of your day, maybe 5 minutes or something, then it really helps move things forward. Because I've seen interns who go into the community, they try to talk to people, but they try to learn from them, but when they don't receive that kind of enthusiasm from the other side, because well, when you are a fresh intern, freshly in college or out of college, you have a lot of enthusiasm in you. But when you don't get a similar perspective from the front, then you tend to get more discouraged, which I've seen in students in past editions of GSOC and other programs. So mentors really shape what the interns would get at the end, and they are the reason for which interns stay around. I had great mentors like Alex Bellut, Selman Mahalavi, Juliana Makina, and Felipe Borges, and a lot more, Sri Ramakrishna, and a lot more mentors who really helped paved my way to become a part of the internship community, to contribute to GNOME in the best way I could. And that is the reason why I'm still here presenting in front of people like you and trying to have more people in GNOME. So yeah, and their only Guru Dakshina, mentors Guru Dakshina, like in India we say the word Guru Dakshina, which is that what the teacher gets at the end of their course, yeah, the end of their teaching, that's the Guru Dakshina. And the formal belief is that like it's not something like monetary, just like it's more like a symbolic value, that they have given you everything they can, then what are you going giving them in return? So in FOSS GSOC Outreach, I believe that Guru Dakshina is sticking around after the program, because a lot of people leave when they are done with it. But if you stick around, then that's the real contribution, then that's the real Guru Dakshina which you are giving to your mentor, because that's what for what they are doing it, that you come, you help, and then you help keep the growth forward, help in turn more people in the future, you help shape the future interns and things like that. So if you want to apply for mentorship, please reach out to us. And again, That is only if you want to mentor in like the official sense of GSOC Outreachy, but you can always join the gnome internship channel and other gnomes channel, and then um, see if you find any person who is in lookout for mentorship, or if asking any question, just reply and they will be forever grateful for you. So what's my experience? These programs made me like force lover for life, and I found my second home at gnome. I have a bittersweet relationship with Linux where at times I feel like I will uninstall it, but then it just works in the best ways forward where I can't go away from it. And then things like the community always like keeps me in. It's the core part which has always sticked around, is it's the part which really makes you wanna be a part of it and not leave it behind. So these programs, these mentorship experiences have really helped me in becoming a better part of the community. I became a no member through this. I also become a committee member through this, and I found a place where I can relate, resonate, and reason with. The reason I'm saying that is that earlier in life, I might have been more often like, let's say, different than other people's perspectives, but this is a place where I found that people really don't have any bias. They don't care anything like that. They care about you, your contributions. They care about a lot more things, so they are not just shutting off. So I really loved the community, and that's what made me stick around, the mentors and everyone. And I also got a job in a first supporting company, so all my contributions are like whatever I work in the company is open source as well. So I really love that part of it, that GSOC and Outreachy were a great reason, a great part of my career that helped me get that job. And I was able to tuition with the internship stipend. I get the opportunity to speak in great minds like you all, and yeah, it helped ways, not through just mentorship, but also through funding a great part of my life. So these are some of the programs. Oh, it got zoomed in. These are some of the programs which either hired through open source or they are internship programs like GSOC Outreachy. So in India, we have FOSSI, we have Collabora for Jobs, Coating, Igalia, Canonical, Red Hat. So there are a lot more organizations out there. Like mine is not on the list, but these all hire or these all care about your open source journey. They care about your contributions, and this is where it really makes a great impact uh, if you have participated before in open source, or if you have contributed in some way or the another. So what can GNOME do? Right, that's the question. That okay, we've learned about all these things, but how can GNOME do more? What more can we do? The answer is how what we all can do. And the reason for that is we all are gnome is all of us. It's not like it's just gnome foundation that can do everything. It's that we all have to pitch in at some point or the another. It's either through being a mentor, as I said again, please mentor. So if you like mentor, then you are contributing to the whole scope of it. If you sponsor Outreachy, then you help that program stay forward. If you become a friend of gnome, I think gnome is running a donation campaign right now. So if you donate to that program, then also you are helping gnome participate in programs like these, help students grow, and also push the program forward. You can help newcomers, you can share the newcomers guide with them, you can lead them to it. That even if a simple message like somebody is asking that how can I contribute, and you just paste the links of this program, that is also you are helping them. So things like these really build up the whole experience and really kickstarts the journey of that intern or potential intern. So yeah, that's it from my side. these are my social handles if anybody wants to reach out or anything. And I'm open to questions if you can take me on questions.
Well, if you have any question, feel free to say it, and then we'll help you to write or type it on the platform. Anyone? Or maybe disagree. No? Okay. If there's no more, then maybe Aryan want to close it.
Okay, then I guess we are done. And again, to sum it up, please, if you can join as a vendor, then that's really great. If you can join as an intern, that is also great. And it's not that force doesn't help, it really helps. So if anybody has any doubts or anything, they can always reach out to me, and we would be really happy to help you in onboarding you or helping you in your whole journey. So happy contributions and have a great GNOME.Asia Summit. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you, Aryan Kosik, for the presentation. And our next agenda is lunch break. Sorry, coffee break. Sorry, I need some coffee. Okay, next is coffee break until from 14:30 till 50. So we'll meet again at 15. Thank you.
マイクロフォンチェック、ワン、ツー、チェック、ワン、ツー。マイクロフォンチェック、ワン、ツー。これ配信の方にも音いってるよね。じゃあいいんじゃない？うん。マイクロフォンチェック、ワン、ツー。マイクロフォンチェック。ワン、ツー、マイクロフォンチェック、ワン、ツー。
Okay. So sounds no problem. Okay. Double mic. Okay, we're back. Now we have the next talk is the quirky adventures of typing and displaying Japanese on Ubuntu and GNOME by Mitsuya Shibata. Time is yours.
ツインマイク。The quick adventure of typing and display Japanese on Ubuntu and GNOME. Today, I would like to introduce the topics of the talk. First, I will explain how to set up an environment to display and input Japanese on Ubuntu. Next, I will talk about complexities of fonts and encodings, which often cause trouble when displaying Japanese. Finally, I will share some of the hassles involved in Japanese text input. How to display and input Japanese text on Ubuntu. Now, let us get into the main topic. First, I will explain how to set up a Japanese environment on Ubuntu. When setting up a Japanese environment, there are roughly two types of use cases. One is using Japanese as the main language for both the UI and text input. The other is keeping the UI is English and occasionally typing Japanese. Setting up free Japanese environment is not very difficult. First, buy a Japanese keyboard. Of course, you can use as English keyboard, but it requires some extra steps. On the first screen of the installer, select Nihongo. Next, on the keyboard selection screen, also select Nihongo. It's all. Then follow the installation steps as usual. Once the installation is complete, reboot the system. After logging in, press super space key to switch from Nihongo to Nihongo Mozuku. The keyboard indicator at the top right will change from JA to A. Next, press the Hankaku Zenkaku key to switch from the direct input hiragana. The keyboard indicator will change from A to A. Now the system is ready. Next, let me explain how to set up Japanese input on an English environment with English keyboard. Almost any OS, setting up Japanese input with an English environment takes some efforts. The easiest way is buy a PC dedicated to Japanese. Then you can just go back to the previous slide and following setup steps. But let me explain how to set up Japanese input non-Japanese Ubuntu environment and non-Japanese keyboard. First, open settings and select region and languages. Click Manage installed languages. Click the Install Remove Language buttons. Select Japanese, install it, and reboot. Next, how to enable Japanese input. First, enable MOSC, the default Japanese input method on Ubuntu. You can do this by selecting Japanese MOSC from the keyboard indicator at the top right of the screen. Alternatively, you can switch using the superspace keys. Next, switch MOSC into mode that allows Japanese input. Select hiragana from the keyboard indicator. Hiragana. Alternatively, you can press the Hankaku Zenkaku key, but this key does not exist on English keyboard. So let us remap the Hankaku Zenkaku key to a different key. MOSC provides built-in interface for this. From the keyboard indicator, select Properties under Tools. Press the Customize button in the key map style section. And if you sort by the key column, you can see the key as assignment for each key. Find the entries assigned to Hankaku Zenkaku key and reassign to control space or any you prefer. Save the settings and log out once. Log in again. Now the setup is complete. With this, you can input Japanese even in an English environment with English keyboard. To switch between alphabet input and Japanese input, do the following. If you want to type alphabet characters, switch the keyboard layout, which GNOME calls input source, to EN or another keyboard using superspace key. Alternatively, you can keep MOSC selected and switch to direct input mode using control space. If you want to type Japanese, switch the input source to MOSC using the superspace key. If you switch to direct input in the previous step, switch back to hiragana using control space. Now, you are ready to type Japanese freely starting tomorrow. Next, why displays Japanese is hard? This is not limited to Japanese, but displaying non-alphabetic text correctly on computer is quite difficult. Here I will introduce some of the challenges specific to Japanese. To display Japanese text properly, there are several things to keep in mind. I have listed some over here. If this looks confusing, just remember that using these options will usually be good enough. First, regarding fonts, if you install Noto Sans and Serif CJKJP, you will rarely have problems in daily use. There are many derivative fonts as well, so feel free to choose what you like. You will generally not have trouble displaying Japanese in GTK or Qt applications. LibreOffice supports everything needed for Japanese text display, including vertical writing and variation characters. To display Japanese properly, users need to handle large number of glyphs. Even basic hiragana alone consists of more than 46 characters.
and including subtle variation more than 19. Katakana has similar number of characters. In addition, user must choose between hiragana and katakana depending on context. And kanji. Kanji. There are a huge number of them. Very few people know all of them, but you still need to learn more than 2,000 characters. About half of those are learned during elementary school. This is roughly comparable to how English speakers memorize spelling, but Japanese children memorize kanji instead. Another topic that even Japanese people try to avoid variant characters. Simply put, that kanji that identify slightly shapes. Recently, we also have emojis. About variant characters. A well-known example involving variant characters is the Watanabe-san problem. When someone says Watanabe-san, what characters do you imagine? The simplest, most common one is this Watanabe-san. Watanabe-san. But there are also Watanabe-san is like this. Can you see this character right different? This different. In fact, there are many more Watanabe-san in Japan. All they are Watanabe-san. Some of them may or may not exist in real life, but they do exist as characters. The same applies name like Saito-san, Takahashi-san, which also have many glyph variations. Regarding character encodings, due to historical reasons, Japan has several different traditions. UTF-8, ISO 2012 JP, EUC-JP, Shift-JIS. These days, most things have moved to UTF-8, so problems are less common, but these encodings are still sometimes used. Apparently, there are people who have the special ability to recovering original text from Mojibake. Top is Mojibake, but if you encoding other characters to other encodings. By the way, if you install LV command, it is very useful for reading text files in old encodings without Mojibake. On Ubuntu, you will probably encounter Mojibake most often when extracting zip files created on Windows. Except for freshly installed Windows 11 system, many Windows environments use CP932, a Shift-JIS delivered encoding. When you extract zip files created in such environment, unzip tries to interpret CP932 file name to UTF-8, which result in Mojibake. With unzip command on Ubuntu, you can avoid this problem by setting the following environment variables. The new variables. The new GNOME file archive may also support this. This environment variable needed. Another issue that Japanese users often encounter CJKV unified ideographs. In Unicode, kanji with similar glyphs and as assigned to the same code point. The region listed here all use same Unicode characters, but actual glyph shapes differ slightly. Font config and related systems choose the appropriate font based on the locale to display correct glyphs. However, in an English locale environment where both Japanese fonts and traditional Chinese fonts are installed, which one takes priority depends on the font configurations. It is possible that Japanese text you are reading is rendered with slightly different glyphs from what is Japanese user sees. For example, Japanese users like tsugi, but your system shows tsugi. Next, how input Japanese works. Topics related to input method will probably be covered as a session. Probably. So I will keep this is general levels. Compared English, Japanese input is fairly complicated. For example, these sentences have same meaning and are about same length, but effort required to input them is very different. First, let us look at English. Press Shift G to input a capital G. Do the same to input N. Continue typing in order, and once you type final N and T, you are done. T, then done. Now let us look at Japanese. The first step, pressing Shift G to input capital G, is the same. After finishing GNOME and moving to Japanese part, first type H. Next type A, and only now do you get ha. Then type T and O to get to. This means you need about 2 keystrokes per character. Then you continue typing. After typing S and U, the final character is complete. At this point, alphabet and hiragana input is complete. This state is called the pre-edit state. From here, you need to convert into kanji. For example, if you press the space key once, Mozuk convert it into appropriate katakana or kanji. In this case, the string is simple, so it was converted correctly one go. If conversion result is different, you need to adjust each segment one by one using cursor keys and similar operations. Once everything is correct, press the Enter key to commit that text. Now input is complete. Why is not always converted correctly in one step? There are several reasons. One of them is word boundaries are unclear. In English, words are separated by spaces. In Japanese, sentences are separated, but words are not. For example, when you input 面白い猫の子, there are several possible segmentation and conversions. One mean 面白い猫の子 a funny to or interesting kitten. 面白い猫の子 is a funny, interesting kitten. Another interpretation is a 面白い猫の子 is a kitten with whose tail is also white. Yet another 面白いねこの子 is that kitty pretty funny. A hiragana string alone can have many interpretations. You need to choose based on context and meaning, but there are inevitable limitations. This is slightly different from kana kanji conversion, but kanji can have many different readings. This is one example that became popular on X. This sentence contains many instances of character he. He, 赤い red character he. But each one have different readings. First, he is か、2日経って、2日経って、今日、1月1日は日曜日。日本は祝日で晴れの日。All word reading is different. Conversely, there are cases where a pronunciation is same, but kanji is different. Often they even have similar meanings. For example, 測る uses different kanji depending on what you measure and how you use it. At this point, 測る is to count or to measure physically or to weight or measure volume amount or to plan to attempt something or to plot or scheme usually for tricky or to consult seek advice. All readings 測る. At this point, even many Japanese people cannot write them correctly. Me too. Many input method editor exist. For these reasons, there are many different types of Japanese kanji conversion software or input method editors. For example, Mosaic is default for Ubuntu. ANSI default for GNOME.Asia Setup. 誰か知ってる？And more SKK is favorite kana kanji conversions and kanji direct input and others. Japanese users chose different ones based personal preferences. Conclusions. Finally, here is a brief summary. To support Japanese and other languages with complex layout and input methods, we need to understand both the technical aspects and cultural background. Thank you. For demonstration, I will do it. こっちか。Type to Japanese input. For example, つかたって今日1月1日は日曜日。日本は祝日で晴れの日。I will convert it, but different. 2日、2日、2日、2日、セレクト2日。NEXT 立って。立って選べてる？これで合ってます？立って。NEXT 今日1月1日。1月1日 is 漢字 number of I would like to number of 漢字。1日は日曜日。日本は祝日で Why it is カタカナ。あ、かな。こっちか。晴れの日。晴れの日 cannot select 漢字。なんだっけ、コントロール I ですっけ、シフト I ですっけ。晴れの日。OK。Many Japanese users, if he would like to input Japanese text, mainly try to convert, space, enter. Oh, mistake, and backspace, convert, space, enter. Try. All of them, thank you.
So, okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah. Is there any question before? We go.
誰か日本語に翻訳してください。はい、お願いします。 don't know. I I created the presentation slide. I try to link to Note.CJK font on on GitHub project. I see archived. Why? 日本の誰かに聞きたいんですけども、能登本島の GitHub プロジェクトがアーカイブ扱いになってるんですけども、誰か理由をご存知ですか？知らない。11月の末ぐらいにアーカイブになってた。Sorry, I don't know the reason. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Mitsuya. Mitsuya. Okay, so I think we will go for our next session. I think Jens will need some time to prepare himself. So next topic will be the state of I-18N for Federal Workstation. So while waiting our speaker to prepare, then after he's complete, then we will proceed onwards.
Let's go up.
Yeah.
No, it's okay. Hold or can
No,
I
you can speak it. You can speak.
Yeah. Can this go up? Can you hear me okay?
Yeah.
Okay, I'm not sure if you can you hear me okay? Okay. So this talk is titled "The State of IETN in Fedora Workstation." It sounds very grand, but actually the talk is slightly different topic. Maybe it's just about some examples of some UI issues around internationalization. And yeah, I mean, I'm using Fedora Workstation as an example, but I think a lot of the examples also apply to other distributions too. So yeah. So I'm Jens Petersen. I'm the engineering manager of the Red Hat's internationalization team. I'm also a member of the Fedora Workstation working group. And Fedora Workstation is just to those who are not familiar, is the Fedora edition of Fedora. And also I want to say that Fedora has a long tradition of internationalization, which actually predates Fedora, but yeah. And just a few notes about these abbreviations of these short. I18N stands for internationalization. There's also L10N, localization. I won't really talk so much about that today. And yeah, also I'm abbreviating Fedora versions with this F44, F43. The current version of Fedora is F43. Yeah, and so internationalization is a very long word, but so what exactly do I mean? So I'm talking about things like input methods, encodings, yeah, fonts and rendering, locales and such things. And then, yeah, so how actually is the international sort of user experience in Fedora Workstation? So let's have a look. I have some VMs running here. So just this is, if you boot the Fedora Live image, this is actually Rawhide, but I think it's the same as Fedora 43. Yeah. So first problem is that I guess unlike Ubuntu, yeah. So what I'm going to say is that the UI is in English, which is a little bit unfortunate. I think we have some plan to address that actually in the next version. The idea is to use the GNOME initial setup or some parts of GNOME initial setup to allow language and also input source configuration. Anyway, let me start the installer for a moment. It takes a moment to start up. Yeah, I had a few slides talking about, maybe we'll skip this. Also, yeah, I just wanted to make a little note here that, I mean, there's good stuff and there's bad stuff. And this talk is more focusing on some of the problems, but actually, the desktop I18N has come a long way, and I think GNOME is probably still kind of best in class in terms of I18N support, at least in my humble opinion. Anyway, yeah, so this is the first problem I want to just mention here. But yeah, hopefully this will improve in the next version of Fedora. Yeah. Okay, the installer has started. A good thing is that we got the geolocation working now in the Anaconda installer. So yeah, so it's recognized that I'm in Japan, and it's by default. It defaults to Japanese here. Second problem is that so yeah, currently, well, I think the previous speaker talked a bit about US and Japanese keyboard layouts and so on. So we solved this problem by defaulting to US. No, I'm just joking. But so if you want to, you can change. I see. There was But there's a few UI issues with this too, and this will also probably be solved by just using GNOME initial setup in the live image to preset the keyboard layouts. But sometimes it's very slow. Or did I not push? Okay, there it is. So instead, this button. So I didn't explain. This is the installer. Sorry, not this, but I mean this Anaconda is actually running inside Firefox. Anyway, it's a newer web installer. I mean, it's not that new, but it's in the last year or two. It's now the default installer for nearly all Fedora editions. So if I wanted to, I could add a Japanese keyboard layout here. It's so slow. Okay. Wow. It's not usually this slow, but okay. So yeah, if I wish, I could now add here. Why is it so slow? Okay. Now I close GNOME Control Center again. Now the new problem comes up that so the Anaconda doesn't like that I now have selected two input sources, so it's a little bit stupid. So actually I have to go back again and remove one of them. And also the same thing happens if I add an input method, it'll also complain about that. And it'll complain about that separately, so anyway. Let's just remove. I'm not sure why it's so slow now. Oh dear. I actually have a US keyboard, so I removed the Japanese layout. Anyway, then we can proceed. Yeah, that was basically. That's the second problem, and yeah, again, this should get fixed. We'll talk a little bit more about input source and IME configuration later. Okay. So I'll now switch to. Okay, so this is now post installation, or well, so notice I've now rebooted the system, and this is actually GNOME initial setup. So hopefully in Fedora 44 we may have some of this in the live image, but anyway, now we kind of, and this would probably avoid having to do this step perhaps at the first boot, but so again, yeah, Japanese has been selected, and that's okay. I actually found, while I was preparing the talk, I found another strange little bug, or that, I don't know, if you type some language which is not listed, like, I don't know, then instead of showing the language, you have to click through this, it's really hard to, okay. It just shows this sort of hamburger thing, which means more stuff. Yeah, it's not very intuitive. I think it should actually show the language here, but anyway, I can click on this, and now it shows the language. Anyway, yeah, I'm not gonna. Anyway, I'll stick with Japanese. So, and now we have more problems here. Or some confusion maybe that. Again, we could choose, so it's not completely obvious what's going on here, I think, to me anyway, but this first one is actually the Japanese keyboard layout, and then the second one is the input method, and there's a few other, well, there's also a Kana input layout, but anyway, yeah. So in practice, what happens is that the currently selected US keyboard layout will actually get used, but it's sort of, you might think that you'd lose the, anyway, I think this could be improved, and yeah, I have a slide on this too. Right. Okay. Let's check time. Okay. Anyway, we'll continue. And this actually works correctly now in Rawhide, thanks to Manish Tiwari, who fixed this recently. But in GNOME 43, you have to click on the map to set Japanese time zone. So it's quite a nice improvement. So this will also be in the next, I guess, next. I'm not sure if it will be backported to GNOME 49. But okay. Type my name in katakana, and then, and the other problem is here that it's allowing me to type in hiragana into the username, which is probably not ideal. I think it might be better to turn off the input methods for usernames. I think it's only considered better practice to use ASCII for usernames. Okay. All right, so that was the setup. Let's see. Okay, I covered these. Also in the control center, there are a few problems, or things that could be improved, I think. Skip the tour. So one thing is that the GNOME Control Center has this nice feature, which is a type to search, but unfortunately it doesn't work well with input methods. And okay, I guess it's a bit of a sort of edge case, but if you start to type here, then the first input will not be converted. So yeah, so it's difficult to search. Well, anyway, you can workaround, of course, is just to click on the search icon and then type. So anyway, not a big deal, but anyway. Yeah, and then so I think we're better to have some kind of separation between the keyboard layouts and input methods in the configuration here. It's a bit hard, I think, for users to understand what are input methods and what are sort of keyboard layouts, like I said before. Or maybe there should be a more kind of a high-level, user-friendly kind of thing, like saying I want to input Japanese or something, or I want to input Chinese, or yeah. Also, there are many obscure kind of keyboard maps which are not very commonly used, which also maybe could be, I don't know, made less prominent. It's also possible to run with only an input method, input source, though this is, actually there's still keyboard layouts, of course, being used in the background, but this is actually useful for Chinese and Japanese and Korean, and particularly IBOS Hangul defaults to direct or Latin input. So we've thought about doing this also for Japanese, or but not yet. Yeah, and I think the other kind of, well, maybe this is a bit pedantic, but these CJK keyboard layouts are not actually for CJK input directly. I mean, you actually need an input method to. I don't know. I personally think they should be called like Japan keyboard or China keyboard or Korea keyboard, not a Korean keyboard or Japanese keyboard. But anyway, yeah. There's also a few issues with the time zone search. Time zone search in the GNOME control center can only be done in the current desktop language, which is a bit annoying. It's sometimes easier to search for cities in English, and if you don't remember the spelling in your, yeah, and also the language search. So yeah, you can only search for languages in the current or the native language again. I think it would be good also to include like English searching as well. Yeah, so I just wrote down the default input methods we're using in Fedora, ibus Anthe, which is maintained by Fujiwara-san, ibus Hangul, ibus libpingying, which is maintained by Pengwu, also one of our team members. And recently we changed the Taiwan to ibus chewing, which has been much improved over. And also Mike Fabian, our team, is maintaining ibus M17N and typing booster. I guess I feel like the Japanese input method kind of situation isn't ideal. Yeah, I mean, Moz is probably more featureful, but I guess the problem is it's not really a fully, I don't know, FOSS kind of project, so it's a bit problematic. Yeah, so it's a little sad. Anyway, it's not too bad, I think, overall. Yeah, I think the fonts coverage is pretty good, mostly thanks to the Google Noto fonts, which was mentioned in the end of the previous talk on the questions. Maybe we can have a quick look at the font coverage. I'll go to the Wikipedia. So on this page, there are many languages listed. I need to make it a bit bigger. Yes, I mean, you can see there's pretty good coverage. This is the default font set in Fedora, mostly covered by Noto fonts. But there are a few missing. They're fairly obscure, like there's a few here. Anyway, if we installed a few more Noto fonts, we could cover even most of those. So that's quite good. Also, yeah, and Fedora users can add additional native fonts using lang packs. Yeah. Okay, I'm running short on time. So yeah, there's many more topics we could talk about, like emoji and Unicode input, which can be done. Well, the emoji input can be done both with GTK and iBus, and emoji input with iBus, I think. One thing I'm excited about actually is that we're doing some work on iBus speech to text. Yeah, I'm hoping that it will get better with Whisper CPP. We also have, today was quite sort of a surface level talk, but yeah, there are some deeper kind of issues that we're also looking at. For example, currently, as you may have noticed in the previous talk, the Wayland doesn't display pre-edit styling, which made it quite hard to see the segments of the conversion. Anyway, yeah, so I think Fujiwara-san's going to talk about that tomorrow. Also, yeah, there are still some maybe things we could improve on font configuration and yeah, caching and so on. So yeah, that was basically what I wanted to show today. So thank you very much. I think I missed many things, so yeah, if you have any other comments or questions, now is a good time. Thank you.
Thank you.
Link to the slides.
Anyone want to ask a question or discuss something? Oh yeah, please.
About speech input, this use local LLM,
Yeah, it's running locally, yeah, that's right. Yeah.
not online.
Not online, yeah.
Thank you.
Okay, anyone else? We still have like 2 minutes. Anything more you want to add?
Yeah, well, I mean, I just put a few links up here. You can find us, Fedora ITN, on Matrix. There's also the GNOME room, ITN. We have quite, well, maybe the bugs list is actually more interesting than the mailing list, but yeah. Yeah, that's about it. Thank you. Yeah, I'd love to hear any feedback from you. So, if, please come and talk to me if you have thoughts about, Japanese support or other Asian language support and so on. Thank you very much.
Thanks from Jens Peterson. Yeah, am I spelled it wrong? sorry, I've spelled it wrong. The next session is titled Rocky Linux Factory Tour by Mr. Brian Clemens.
Thank you so much. All right, folks. Good to see you. So, just to start off with, how many people already know what Rocky Linux is, or have heard of Rocky Linux? I mean, okay, thank you. Yeah, so I'm sure there's a lot of people that I've already harassed here at other open source conferences in Japan, so that's good. All right, so for the people that don't know Rocky Linux, how many people know what CentOS is? All right, good. Okay, so I'm going to give you a quick tour, a quick introduction of Rocky Linux, and a little bit of advice about developing GNOME applications for it. All right, so to introduce myself, I'm one of the founders of Rocky Linux. I'm the vice president of the Rocky Enterprise Software Foundation, director of the Linux Professional Institute. I do some other stuff too. I'll talk about the contact information at the end. So introducing Rocky Linux, well, Enterprise Linux in general. For a long time, the gold standard of Enterprise Linux, and the gold standard still is Red Hat Enterprise Linux. And CentOS existed as a free rebuild of it without any of the licensing, anything like that. It's been around for forever. In December 2020, unfortunately, that changed. The Red Hat decided to discontinue the old CentOS project, and in CentOS in favor of CentOS Stream. So CentOS Stream is actually a different type of distribution. CentOS Stream lives in front of Red Hat Enterprise Linux in the build order, which I'll talk about in a little bit. Again, this made a lot of people very angry. CentOS was extraordinarily popular. I've seen surveys that said it ran something like 70-something% of the publicly accessible web servers. I was one of those people that it made very angry, actually. I had actually just the previous month finished converting all of my own infrastructure to Fedora and CentOS. I left a not very kind comment on that blog post. I think I called them nitwits or something like that. But I called myself a nitwit as well, so I think it balances out. And I am one. All right. So we just decided to go ahead and just do CentOS again. The new name, Rocky Linux, is actually named after one of the co-founders of CentOS, Rocky Mago. So the fellow that actually announced the project was Gregory Kurtzer. He announced it in the comments on that blog post. We started it in the HPC NG, or next generation of HPC project that he had going on there. We had a lot of interest in Rocky Linux just to begin with, and we very quickly outgrew the HPC NG project and became our own community very quickly. And so fun statistics today, I mean, we have like 16 million active installs, and those are just ones that are actually hitting our own mirror manager. We don't know how many exist outside of that. So we're getting like 5 downloads a minute, etc. And there's 4 instances in Antarctica that we can actually count. I don't know. That's not impressive, but it is just fun. So yeah, I like to talk about that. Okay, there's some more charts and stuff on that URL on the bottom if you want. And this month, Rocky Linux turned 5 years old. This is the only photo remaining from the Rocky Linux anniversary party. There were no survivors. Rocky Linux really quickly took off. It's now the most popular enterprise Linux distribution. Not much more to say about the usage and whatnot, but a little bit about Rocky Linux itself and enterprise Linux, the ecosystem in general. Everything comes from Fedora. So Fedora is our ultimate upstream outside of the actual software that gets packaged up itself. Fedora, of course, is a development-oriented distribution with releases every 6 months. it's fantastic. I use it on all my workstations. It's not really the type of thing that I would want my servers to run on. That's arguable. I know there are people that have different opinions there. Fedora, with every release, we actually rebuild Fedora with the same types of build options that are used for Enterprise Linux. And that's called the Enterprise Linux Next project. And that is not meant to actually produce anything usable. That is simply to check what breaks. Most of the time, not a lot. Every few years, off of Enterprise Linux Next, when we have confirmation that everything is actually working and building correctly, we branch it off into CentOS Stream. CentOS Stream lives for 5 years and makes a minor release. Well, every 6 months, a minor release branches off of CentOS Stream. CentOS Stream doesn't actually have minor releases. CentOS Stream is kind of like it's a rolling distribution throughout its life. However, its versions are actually locked to what it had when it released, more or less. I mean, things are kind of locked down for stability. You don't get any, or you don't get many feature additions and whatnot. So every 6 months, a minor release of Red Hat Enterprise Linux actually branches off of CentOS Stream. And that's even more locked down for stability. Nothing changes except bug fixes and security fixes in a Red Hat Enterprise Linux minor release. Rocky Linux is simply a rebuild of Red Hat Enterprise Linux. It follows bug for bug. There are no changes. The only thing that we might do is delay a release if we find a large bug. We don't make any changes. We don't want to break anything. Rocky Linux is available in actually a lot more flavors than Red Hat Enterprise Linux is. So there are options for changed spins. Of course, Red Hat Enterprise Linux uses GNOME as the default desktop, so does Rocky Linux. It's the most popular variation of it. Let's see here. For live images, I think the GNOME-based versions get about 3 times the amount of downloads that any of the other ones do. We have it for all kinds of distributions. If you happen to have an IBM mainframe sitting in your garage or closet or under your bed, something like that, you can run Rocky Linux on it. I mean, and if you're a heathen that runs Windows, we have WSL images. It's great. One thing that we're particularly proud of, actually, is the RISC-V or RISC-V images. We were the first Enterprise Linux distribution to have RISC-V images, and that was a lot of work, mostly done on the Fedora and CentOS Stream side. So we wanted to make that happen, so we have to work upstream and get stuff fixed, so that way we can build it downstream. Currently, our standard board is the P550, but that's a little expensive, so we also support the VF2. So, Enterprise Linux is boring. It is. I won't lie. People look at it and they don't want to run it on their desktops, and I can't blame them. It doesn't have the newest, shiniest things. But it's not really for that. So, if you want to actually ship new software for Enterprise Linux, though, that's not a problem. Enterprise Linux has adopted Flatpaks like Fedora did forever ago. So if you can get your GNOME applications running fine in a Flatpak, they will run fine on Rocky Linux. We have Toolbox. Of course, you can run things in an app image if you feel like, I don't know, doing things less elegantly than Flatpak for whatever reason. You can also package your software into one of the many repositories that people use in addition to the base repositories of Enterprise Linux. The most popular option being Apple, which is the Fedora extra packages for Enterprise Linux repository. If you go that route, which would be route that I suggest if you want native applications on enterprise Linux. You would have to package things in Fedora first and then package them into Apple. The other route for some kind of specialized applications is you can work with one of the Rocky Linux special interest groups. That is popular for the HPC and the VFX special interest groups. Most of the other ones don't really package any graphical applications. It really helps if you can actually test your applications on Rocky Linux, though. It's pretty common that some developers just want to throw things into Apple, or they run a Fedora Copper build and just assume that it works. That isn't always the case, so please actually test things. And if you encounter any issues, the Rocky Linux community is waiting for anyone that wants to actually help out with this. So we'll do a quick tour. Please don't scare any of the developers. All right, so sorry. I know I'm a heathen running Kitty at a GNOME conference. So from the homepage, well, actually, I didn't put a slide up there about this, but we are a registered digital public good. That means we're working with a few NGOs to try to get Rocky Linux into areas where it can help, which is, let's see here. So Enterprise Linux, of course, comes with a hefty price tag if you're buying it from RHEL. So a lot of countries that don't really have the money to pay for that end up using CentOS. Now a lot of those countries have moved over to Rocky Linux, so we kind of work with NGOs with that. The main venue for the Rocky Linux community is chat.rockylinux.org. So that's our self-hosted Mattermost. Got something like 12,000 people there. They're not all talking at once, thankfully. If you prefer IRC, it's also bridged to IRC, so no problems with that. We used to have a matrix bridge, but after the Libera IRC matrix bridge split, I don't know, that fell apart. We have channels for any kind of special interest group you can imagine. We also have a Japanese channel and other language-oriented channels. If you prefer slower communications, we have mailing lists and forums. The forums are particularly popular and helpful. I actually would suggest that if you have any problems that might require a lengthy discussion, if you're sending a bunch of bug reports back and forth, the forums is probably the better option than the Mattermost. We have a bug tracker at, no surprise, bugs.rockylinux.org. Generally, if you encounter an issue with Rocky Linux, it's good to try to replicate that bug in CentOS Stream or Red Hat Enterprise Linux first before you actually report it. If you can replicate it in Rocky Linux but not in Red Hat Enterprise Linux, then it's a bug for us. If it's a bug in Red Hat Enterprise Linux, then we have to go all the way up to CentOS Stream to start fixing things. The teams mostly track their issues on git.resf.org in these meta repositories. So if you encounter an issue with Rocky Linux infrastructure, or you need something for your special interest group or something like that, that's the place to go. The errata, I don't know, I don't have a good intro for this, but it is one of our features that people have always been asking for and always trying to find it. I need to put a good link for that on the homepage. Let's see here. The other place that's really useful but not really promoted very often is the incoming tracker. People often, as soon as a package hits Red Hat Enterprise Linux, they come within 5 minutes asking where it is in Rocky Linux. This is the place where you can go to actually watch stuff being ingested and built, and you can check on the status of that. And if you want deeper status, you can actually go to one of our build systems, so Peridot or Koji, and you can actually watch the packages being built. So I don't know, if you want it down to the minute or second, that's the place to go. The actual source code for Rocky Linux lives on git.rockylinux.org. However, that is just for the Rocky Linux source code, the packages, the packaging, etc. Some of the let's see, most of the actual tooling and stuff lives either on git.resf.org or the Rocky Linux GitHub. A lot of the teams that have like a lot of web developers and documentation tend to live on GitHub rather than the other Git forges. All right, let's see here. Back to this. All right, so again, I implore you, please, if you would like to join the Rocky Linux community, the best place to start is the Mattermost at chat.rockylinux.org, and that QR code will take you there. So any questions about Rocky Linux? All right. There you go. Yes, sir. It's not far at all. It's literally oh, right. Hold on. Let's see. There we go. It's the only thing that happens is packages are ingested. You can watch that progress on the Rocky Linux incoming. Then a few debranding patches are applied, and then it's built and shipped. That's it. There's no modifications, no added features or anything like that, except for some of the other spins. So, for example, of course, like the cinnamon spin of Rocky Linux, you're not going to get a cinnamon spin of Red Hat Enterprise Linux. But we do have some versions. But a stock Rocky Linux system is the exact same as Red Hat Enterprise Linux, just with different branding on it. So it means that it's still dependent to Red Enterprise. So correct. Correct. Let's see. There we go. Yeah. So it's a little confusing that CentOS Stream uses the name CentOS because it's more like the Red Hat Enterprise Linux development stream. But yeah, you can see that Rocky Linux just tracks Red Hat Enterprise Linux. It's the exact same thing. So as far as dependency flows, I mean, it's just coming from the top there. But yes, if you're talking about, for example, the dependency on a security patch or something like that, which is a question that I often get, we will not patch something until Red Hat Enterprise Linux does. Because the reason why people use Rocky Linux is because they want a substitute for Red Hat Enterprise Linux. If we patch things before they do, then we break that assumption and we might break somebody's application. So it also happens that if Red patches, you do it downstream to your side. Yes. And if something is Yes. So there are often things that we want to fix. So when we want to fix something, we actually contribute it to a CentOS stream. Yes, yes. So we actually have to patch things upstream before we can get them in Rocky Linux. So a lot of our work that our developers and our special interest groups do, for example, the RISC-V efforts, a lot of that work was actually done far upstream. Almost all of the RISC-V work was done at the Fedora level, and we had to kind of wait for all that to come down before we could ship it. No problem. Any other questions?
Oh, okay. Feel free to ask any question.
Yes. Yes. So I also build like RISC-V ports for distributions. So I'd like to know like how you build packages for RISC-V architecture as the machines are relatively weak in power. So do you use something like cross building or maybe QEMU emulation, or do you just build on real hardware?
Yes, for the tiny development boards, all of those images for the SBCs, a lot of those are built on like much stronger systems. So we have like a couple of Ampere servers that are just sitting there churning out the SBC images and such. Where things get painful actually is the PowerPC. The PowerPC and the S390X, because we can't really emulate those or virtualize those. So for the S390X, we actually have to use like an LPAR on a physical IBM mainframe in order to make that happen. But the PowerPC is done on a lot of builders. We have like a cluster of them connected to the Rocky Linux Koji. Actually, we can check those out right now. Let's see here. Yeah, so these are all the Rocky Linux builders. There are some that are attached to the Peridot build system, but the Peridot doesn't have an easy way of showing them right now.
Okay, thank you.
No problem. Let's see here.
Okay, we still have time. Maybe some other person want to discuss or ask question.
Any other questions?
Yeah.
All right, you thought you were done with me, but you're not. Okay. So the other thing that I want to promote here, so I happen to run the Tokyo Linux Users Group. So if you're interested in Linux and you want to join a Linux community around here, the Tokyo Linux Users Group, it's been around since 1994, and our next meeting will be, I think, early or mid January. I'm still trying to reserve the meeting space for that. But if you want to get notified, you can join the mailing list on tlug.jp, or you can just watch the events on the ConPass there. Now, one thing to note about the Tokyo Linux Users Group, so that's an English language focused group, but if you want to present, you don't have to be a native English speaker. So please, if you would like to present, just shoot me an email and I'll throw you on the schedule. It'll be great. Another thing to advertise, I guess, would be OSPN, so the Open Source People's Network. I hope everyone here is familiar with that. If not, they are a organization that runs open source conferences all across Japan. Actually, there's one in Hiroshima today, but the next one on the schedule is Osaka, which will probably be in January. The next one in Tokyo will probably be March. The other group would be the Koedo Linux Users Group. So that's a Japanese language Linux Users Group that kind of covers Tokyo. that one, again, you can just kind of go on the ConPass and monitor their events. They have monthly online events and then a yearly unconference, so an in-person event, and some other stuff mixed in there. All right. All right. Actually, are there any questions about any of the groups or anything? All right, good to go. Okay, thank you for having me.
Thank you for your presentation. Our next session will begin at 5 p.m. So yeah, I think we can use this time to do anything like networking or talking, something like that, or maybe discuss more about Linux and whatever you want to do. Thank you. We'll meet again at 5 p.m. Hey, good evening. Okay, everyone, we're going to continue our talk. We still have lightning talk here. We have 4 lightning talk. Wait, let me check on the session first. Okay, we have 4 speakers here. The first one is okay. I think this first one is presented remotely. Yeah, Salis. The next room. Joining. Oh, okay. The the projector is still off. I think they're from the schedule. They're preparing for the. Oh, where is this? Sorry. Sorry, we're still waiting the speakers from LibreOffice track. So some of them, I think, they want to present here too in this room. The first presentation is like remote. After that, you want to prepare it You want to prepare first, or how? Or you wait? No, I'm just he's following the schedule. I mean, depend on us. Like, no, I'm just informing to prepare him. Okay. Yeah. To prepare him. Okay. Because the time is like just 5 minutes. Okay. Because we need to wait other call to come. So I we moved to all member moved to this room. Yeah, this room. Yeah. Now announcement. Yeah. Yep. Okay. 全員ここでやって LT やる。まだね、一枠空いてるけど、やりたい人がいたらやっても大丈夫ですよ。リプレイの枠4枠取ってたけど、今3枠で、本田さん入れて3枠。まあ、何もなかったら、だからリレーだけど。If people done, I will call you. Waiting for good. Okay.
We will have a writing talk, so please sit down closely. So lots of people come here. こっちでやんの? Because so next room should have a prepared party. If you want to enjoy the party, just hear the writing talks and the closing. Yeah. そうです。そうです。So next room, so we will prepare the party, so everyone can join the writing talk this room.
Yes.
And so we also have a closing in today. They are closing. So yeah. Maybe so someone remains, but so this is just the timekeeping. Tomorrow morning, if you want to join tomorrow, please bring your badge. I can see your badge, and sorry. I also give next day's QR code. This QR code cannot use tomorrow.
Yeah. Be careful.
Be careful. So, if you lost this, we cannot understand who is a registrar or something. Yeah. Please.
最悪はブライアンが手伝ってくれそう。あんなに面白い人。
Anyway.
ブライアン日本語がわかんない。いや、半分日本語わかってくる。
まあ稲葉さんも来てるし。 Anyway, so いいよ。ライトニングトークって誰が喋んの？
一人俺。
リブレが3人つってて、グノームが4人と聞いたんだよ
7人。
な。うん。
登壇順とか決まってんの？
決まってないと思います。わかんない。ちょっと犬さんにないと。なんかリモートで。いや、猪瀬さん、猪瀬さんそこにいる今いる。
オッケー。リブレは雰囲気？
そう。リブレは雰囲気なの？
俺何番目
？3番目。申し込み順的には3番目。太田さんが1番目で。
俺が1番目。
じゃあトレードする。3番目にする。
俺1番目。
レヒョンを1番にする。レヒョンどこ？
レヒョン。
レヒョンさん。
仮面。セカンド。
で、俺何番目
？4番目。
4番目。全体で4番目。
全体で4番目。
最初にリブレやってから、
グノムやって、
グノームやって、
シミュレーションやって、グノムやって、
行ったり来たり行ったり。オッケーオッケー。何分なの
？5 minutes. Writing talk is 5 minutes.
俺これつなぐのに何分かかるんだけどいつもの通り。
カメラテストしたらカメラテスト。
テスト。すぐにはいかないんだよね。でも行くか。
誰が最初？
ノーは多分リモートの人が最初で準備ができなかったって言ったんですけどできたんです。
じゃあもういいの？
行く？
After this, they change play.
Okay.
After this. This
Yeah.
is for BBB.
あ、いやいや。
用意しとくからいい。
Okay. Can you choose?
あ、こうやって撮れないもんね。それがあるのか。Thank you, thank you. 何？これかな？じゃあどうするの？もう始めちゃうの？ Okay, please wait for a while to speak in Latin talk. But I think, we think a lot of customers in here, so please, it's like a place over a person in a desk. Yeah. Yeah, okay. Because some people, it's like this, but some people, other people standing there, so, please raise your hand to have a room next, the chair. Okay. So, other people, please go to the next page if you want. But it's okay for you, it's okay, but some people are standing here, so please sit, yeah. Okay? Alright? じゃあ行きますけど、Okay. 最初この人？
Yeah, first one. That's fine.
Okay. So, first speaker, can you listen? Can you hear? Are you ready? I cannot hear.
Silas, can you hear us?
Can you hear? You ready? Please stand by, please. Okay. Good.
Okay, continue. Start. You can start.
Okay, are you ready? Alright. Okay, じゃあ行きますよ。Okay, please start. Okay, we cannot.
Wait, Silas. Wait. Wait. Salesh, wait. Salesh, wait. We cannot hear you.
No sound. We have no sound. Sorry. Hold on, please.
Please もう一回
向こうがミュート、こっちがミュート。
もう一回喋って
Okay, you speak, please.
Would you speak something?
Yeah. We can hear.
Talk something. No. No.
One of each.
Okay, so switch.
Can you ask?
Hold on, please.
Would you keep to speak something?
Yeah, no, nothing.
Cannot hear your talking.
I think so. So switch to the another speaker and later.
I think. Salish, we will delay your session for a while because we cannot hear you.
Okay.
Okay, I think start with your
So
speaker. Second is your speaker, right?
No. So GNOME. So second speaker.
Should be engineer or you want?
Okay. すみません。
Okay, please. Sorry, because it's
うまくいかないんで。
yeah, personal issues. We change we sort out the members. Okay.
これで知ってますかこれ先にやるんですかスライドこれって切り替えてもらえますかThank you
Okay. You
Thank you.
ready?
Okay.
Go ahead, please.
Okay. すみません。Sorry. So, nice to meet you. Let's talking about how to manage a translation team. First, about Oyamada Jun. My name is Oyamada Jun. I'm a translator for the GNOME project for 4 years and next coordinator of Japanese translation team. And I am a student of Kosen. Kosen is a school for of technology. So first point, promote the GNOME. So I think elementary beginners Linux user start using Ubuntu for the first Linux, but they know using Linux, but they didn't know using GNOME. They may think this desktop shell is developed by Canonical, but it's GNOME. We need to cooperate distributors community like Ubuntu Japanese community. Second, I am talking about important points for new translators. First, Japanese skill is more important than English skill. Because strings which are translated are Japanese, and Japanese skill is used for natural translations. Next, do not have to translate all strings in that project. So software of GNOME projects are so big, it's so hard. It's okay even one string. Next, I recommend choose smart project for starting translations. So like I recommend GNOME Circle app. They are almost small projects. Third, we have to increase the number of committers. So translation teams of GNOME have mainly two positions. First, translators. Translators can only translate strings. Second, committer also can submit translations, and in addition, committer can commit translation. If there are few committers in translation team, we need long time by committing. We need to decide to rule for upgrading from translator position to committer position. For example, number of translations, duration of translating. Finally, we do not have to review in detail. We take long time. If we review translations in detail, we take long time by committing and missing the release deadline, and new translators may drop out because their translations doesn't include release. So this is so bad. I think bad translations can improve good ones at next release. So conclusion, promote GNOME. Important points for new translators, increase the number of committers. Finally, do not review in detail. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much for talking. Yeah, so please clap again. Thank you. All right. Next person, yeah, so yeah, he talked about translation of, yeah. Okay, thank you. Next person is you lady. Hold on, please. Yeah, it's okay. Yeah, so anytime, everywhere, anytime in Lightning Talks, we have a lot of we got some little few issues. Yeah, it is what it is. It's okay. Yeah. Hold on, please. I think. Yeah, but wait for a while. Wait for a while, yeah. It's not. We don't respond. Go. Okay, okay. Okay, thank you, yeah.
Hello, my name is Daeon Sung. I'm from South Korea, and this Lightning Talks title is My Journey Contributing to Korean Language Support in Free Libre Open Source Software and in your LibreOffice and GNOME membership. This is the file for the first time. These MS Office, and then modified the LibreOffice because the file issues, software issues. So I modified by the last modified the LibreOffice. My name is Daeon Sung, and I'm Korean Free Libre Open Source associate, and I'm LibreOffice Korean team operator, and contribute to some projects. And now TDF membership and former GNOME Foundation members, because I forgotten the renewal last year. I have been using Linux since 2024, maybe all 20s, 21s, and then my first global summit attended the summit is GNOME.Asia Summit 2013 Seoul, and I met. Yeah, I visited GNOME.Asia Summit 2013 Seoul, and then I met the Semipong, and then and since then I contribute to some GNOME projects translations and code contributions. This is example of the GNOME characters. I contribute to the some Korean Hangul syllable decomposition to on GNOME characters, and also I contribute to GNOME Gucha map and add Hangul sound and Vietnam is this pronunciation on Gucha map and show Korean Hangul syllable decomposition. And also I also contribute to character select. This is I show Korean Hangul selected the character and show Hangul syllables decomposition. And also I contribute to LibreOffice. This is fixed Korean numbering issues. Yeah, I also contribute to LibreOffice. Also fix Korean Hangul table bugs on the LibreOffice. And yesterday I contribute to W3C Korean document. 6 years ago, I found the typo error on Korea W3C Korean document. Requirements for Hangul text layout and typography, and correct is 완성형, but mistakenly typo, wrong typo, 이제 완형성. So I found the issue and submit the pull request. And so after 6 years, my contribution is finally reviewed and merged yesterday. So I found many Korean related errors are found in free libre open source softwares. So today I renewed my LibreOffice and GNOME membership. LibreOffice is now I submit the membership, and I renewed the GNOME Foundation member. But I forgotten last year. I forgotten the renew my GNOME membership. Thank you. ありがとうございます。もうご清聴ありがとうございます。고맙습니다. 끝. Finished.
Okay, congratulations. Yeah, thank you. Yes, next person is your lady. Okay, please. I think we like wait for a while. Yes, here. What's on the screen? Mira. Oh, great. Maybe Mira, right? Then I guess yeah, almost. No. Yeah, see here. No. Eh? here.
Yeah.
And to the left side. Ah, okay. And to the left side. Yes. And oh no. Okay, go. Okay, okay. It's okay.
Yeah.
All right.
Okay, test. Okay, let's. Okay, I want to talk about opening the gate of volunteering GNOME.Asia Summit 2015 saved my career. Okay, when I first volunteering at GNOME.Asia back in 2015, I think I just want a free T-shirt and maybe some experience. Okay, and because I had no idea before it 10 years ago, I don't imagine standing in front of you guys because my career plan was pretty much non-existent. Okay, good afternoon everyone. I'm Umul Sidiko from Indonesia. I'm thrilled to be here. Hajime Maste, watashi no namai Umuru desu. Indonesia jin desu. Yoroshiku onegaishimasu. Okay, the first 10 years ago, I joined be a volunteer at GNOME.Asia Summit in Indonesia. Look, let's be honest, at this time, I was pretty young, and yeah, I was definitely broke. Yeah, that one simple decision, I just volunteering. Yeah, this volunteering turned out to be the gate and open up my entire professional life. Okay, when we are photo group in Indonesia at GNOME.Asia Summit 2015. Sorry, Hato-chan. The summit was so unforgettable experience. I met so many amazing people from different countries, full of passion and happiness. And after it ended, I thought, I want to feel this kind of euphoria and energy every single year. And then I basically made it my personal mission. Yeah. Every single year since 2015, I made sure to join event like this. Yeah, sometimes I'm just there as excited participant, and other time I lucky enough to be up here as speaker. This whole journey has been amazing for continuously expanding my network, meeting incredible people, and definitely leveling up my skills. And the next step, I decided to join the local open source community. I call it GLIB, or GNU Linux Bogor, and it was fantastic. We spent time visiting school, introducing students to flows, and just having countless awesome discussion about open source. From release party to donation in Indonesia. Then I joined the documentation team from the local Linux distribution. We call it Blank On. Yeah, and even wrote an ebook to help new user to get started and many more. Believe or not, this writing even spilled me into my academic life. My final thesis was all about open source. And I was actually able to take that research published in academic journal. You can scan to see my published article and see my project. because I was so active in open source community, something amazing happened after graduation. I got a call asking to teach, and I started a teaching assistant for open source course, and it was perfect, I think. I even co-authored a book that you can find on Google Play. You can scan in the QR code. The assistant role quickly to lead promotion, I became a full-time faculty member at the same institution. Okay, whatever you are doing right now, big or small, yeah, commit it to fully, give it your integrity and passion. Even if you can't see the result immediately, you can see the result, yeah. You might not see the impact today or tomorrow, but I promise you that consistent and commitment and one day truly transform your life. Small action, create big impact. Like quote from Shingeki no Kyojin. Shinzo Sasageo. Okay. Okay, before I finish, if anything I share today spark an idea for collaboration or role, please don't hesitate to reach out to me. Okay, thanks and see you. Mina, ja, matane. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Okay. Next person is number 4? だよね。number 4だよね。じゃあ Number 4, Mr. Hattori-san. Are you ready? Hmm? これ、うん、yeah. Hold on, please. Yes. No. Ah, I see. It's like, here just a display size. Reboot? In a reboot? Oh my god. Hold on, please. It's like you can show the screen maybe like proceeding of the rebooting in your computer. Okay, here. Okay, hold on. Go. Come on. Oh my gosh.
My PC is the 5th generation Intel's one.
This is the old one. Yes, so sorry, my machine is rebooting.
8 or 10 years ago.
Okay, here. Yeah, this is a good, good, yes. Why? Maybe, I think it's on screen issues, right? Screen だな、こりゃ. It's like a screen issue. Hold on, please, yeah. But, okay? Just talking. Okay, just talking, yes.
Hello, my name is Kentaro Hattori. Nickname is Hato-chan. Please call me Hato-chan. Hey. My community is a Koedo lag. Koedo is a classic name. Koedo is a little Tokyo, little traditional Tokyo. it's a small one. Next Monday, we will go trip, short trip. Yeah. One day tour. Yes, 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 yes. It's a very old and small town, and my community is from to 20 to no, no, 2002 year. Okay. and uh, and we keep to learn Linux and OpenOffice study meeting each month, and we make books 2 times by year, and yeah. And we use that LibreOffice Writer, and so many member write that technical report, but we use the template of writer. So template is that same font, same Japanese font, same 行間ってなんだ? Yes. And we have to make the very short time because do you know Comic Market? Yeah, very famous Tokyo event, end of December and middle of August, summer. 2 times we make two books. Yes. Yeah. And it's a very useful and powerful, and we need writer, right? We have to keep to use that LibreOffice Writer in my community. Thank you.
Yeah, so the template we use in LibreOffice Writer. Yes. Basically to publish the book.
Thank you.
Okay, next person is online. It's okay. Next person online. Hello. Can you hear me? Hello? Come on. It's okay?
Silas, can you hear? Audio? I think I can hear you, but not loud. Can you speak? Can you try to speak? Okay? Okay. Okay, I think you can start now.
Hello. Hello, my friend. Can you hear me and us? Okay. Okay, all right. Yeah, I can hear your voice. Okay, please go ahead. Okay, thank you very much. Thank you, thank you. Yeah, thank you very much for talking. Okay, next person is Ota-san. And the rest of the person is two persons. Mr. Ota-san and two persons, okay? Hold on, please, yeah.
Hello. My name is Masafumi, and many of you know of the president of the Japanese Raspberry Pi user group. I have no plan to just in time I talk, so I just bit introduce myself and I will talk about this. Sorry. And this is me. Some of you know, and I'm a president of Japanese Raspberry Pi user group. And many of you know, I met some of you at Hosei on the COSCAP on the many of you host them on the as an open source event in over the world. And this year, this is my most best topic for me. I am guest of a Japanese idol TV program. And this is on the Tokyo Pasogon Club, with Nogizaka 46. Many of you don't know because Japanese, you know Nogizaka 46. And rest of the world, do you know Nogizaka? No? I think so. And I asked last month at Hoso Summit of Korea, this, asking Koreans. Some of know about the Nogizaka, but others doesn't. Yes. But this is introduced on the Raspberry Ocean magazine. And if you reviews not in Japan, so please check the Raspberry Ocean magazine, which can be downloaded on November. Sorry, today or later. Sorry. But this is very hard time for me, and one is idle distance. That is, I introduced the Raspberry Pi to them, but I can not closely to introduce Raspberry Pi and introduction. So I need to from here to the east and to introduce and to how to beat up the Raspberry Pi and how to use the air camera kit. And hard time to prepare for the home. This is pain time and prepare the home and 3 days and prepare the studio and 3 hours and record in 1 hour. But broadcasting on the 5 minutes and 2. Very much hard work for me to paint that. So home information. So you should watch BL Full. almost all programming is recorded. But sorry, only in Japanese. Only sorry for that. So this is my introduction. Today the main theme is what I talk is a Raspberry Pi 500 plus, and this is a mechanical keyboard, and which is released in September 2025. This product is a keyboard nut, and you know, it's a keyboard numa no hito. Yeah, because we use a group for involved in the synth product planning with the Raspberry Pi engineers, and first we suggested and add many more mechanical keyboards like happy keyboard in the in PFU and logical and mechanical keyboard vendors and to try. So the product developing, but their issue on the Raspberry Pi 500 and the plus is I'm sorry for the other languages which you use in the Spanish or the other languages is pre-install, it is pre-install OS product, but it is not much your location. And now the Raspberry Pi engineers work hard to solve the issue. But if you want if you're eager to want the Raspberry Pi 500, and the solution is the RPI boot to connect from serial to connected to a PC to pushing the power button on the 500 plus to then use a Raspberry Pi imager to to customize the installation. It's a very hard time to understand evaluation because I feel very much as a social influencer. You know, there's some reports that you have read in the social by blog by social influencer. So my feeling is that. So so that's all my presentation. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you very much. Next session is online. Please hold on. Wait a minute. Are you ready? Hello, my friend. Oh. Nande? What? Yeah, I can hear you. But okay. 今度は alright, alright. Yeah, I can hear your voice, but there is no screen. Okay, okay. Okay. Okay, thank you very much. Thank you, yes. All right, so this is a final lightning talk from Shinji-san.
It's okay. あれコネクターがどこ行った Okay. Hello, I'm Shinji and
Saburo.
yeah. And so this is this lightning talk is so interview for the Saburo-san because 1 month ago, so Saburo-san first code commit to LibreOffice code base. I very surprised. Yeah. So, yeah. So how to first commit? So the what contribution? Your contribution. So yeah. Sorry. This issue is so bug. You can check the bug. So and it's a accessibility issue, and please so 説明できます Okay. Okay, so this is a very simple accessibility issue. So put on the button, but so okay. Okay. Okay.
エンドノートとフットノートの設定のチェックがこう逆に作用する。
逆に作用？
オプションが逆だった。
Okay, so we, 間違ったって言えばいいの？ We made a mistake of the options in upside down or a right and left?
No. End note, footnote.
End note and footnote. We made a mistake to put end note and footnote. So the correct answer is footnote and end note.
Sorry. Yes, changing.
Changing. Okay, exchanging. Okay.
Sorry. And very simple bug, but so LibreOffice code base so biggest. So how to find the code, the base?
オープングロックで、なんて言ったらいいんだ。オープングロック。オープングロックで、アクセシビリティチェック、エンドノートライトニングでしたね。検索してその該当と思われるところを生成 AI にこれで挙動が違うから修正案を出してくれっていうのをやって、出てきたのをコメントして、そしたらなんか良さそうだからパッチを送ってくれっていう流れになったんですね。
So finally, he patched for the replacement because he got some long points to exchange a footnote and end note, right? Yeah. About the LibreOffice. Finally, he set up successfully. だよね。うまくいったんだよね。Yeah. So finally, he set up successfully. Thank you. Yes.
He used the OpenGrok source code based search system of LibreOffice, And finally, he found that bug, where is the bug, and send the comment. So your code is okay. So he finally sent the patch.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you for supporting. Yes. Hi.
Okay. And so 何を言えばいいんだ。Okay. Okay, finish. Thank you, Saburo-san.
Okay, thank you very much. Time is ticking. Sorry, because party is we start at 6:15. So go to the next room. Yeah. You'll have a we will have we already set up for your party. Yeah, our parties. So go to the next room. Let's enjoy our parties. And the person, okay, I got the information. The person, who don't pay, who don't register the party, it's available to go to the gate for registration, and you must pay. Okay, all right. Okay, go to the next room. Thank you very much. And finally, next, all speakers clap again. All right, thank you very much.